Oh boy, we're having fun now!
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Welcome everybody to the ultimate dev stream. No, it's not really the last one, but we're gonna have a good time though. It's time to get on with it. It's, what is it, day 18, finishing up some baseline of the room art and then moving on to some character pixel art if we get the time. Hopefully we do, because I'm really keen on getting that pixel art progressing, because that's going to be one of the big bottlenecks for getting the game done, is like that character interaction and all that kind of stuff, movement. Those are important things. It'd be great to see Lucas walking around in the world, finally, rather than the placeholder Delphine. Alright, time to start. Let's just jump right into the document here. No time for saying hello. Hi everyone. Hi, I'm just kidding. Hi, I hope you're doing good. Ultimate can mean the final two, right? Yeah, it can mean. Alrighty. Let's do this. So what we're looking at today, apparently I thought that day 18 would be doing this, because I kind of finished off doing the biolab room. I want to go back and just do some more work on the biolab room. It doesn't feel like it's populated enough with some stuff for me to say, yeah, that's where I want it to be. Once I get it to that point, polished stuff can come later, like putting some decorations and grime and stuff like that around the room. That can all come later. What we need to do now, though, is just get in, like, the last touches of, like, things there, and then we can move on to pixel character stuff. So let's just throw in a line here. Finish baseline bio lab room art. That's the plan for today. We probably won't get all of this done, but we're just going to knock out a little bit of work on this biolab room. Make sure it's like at a point where I can like, you know, it's just down to decoration, basic decoration stuff. And like I said, I want to get some griminess to the images. One thing I noticed when I go back and look at Day of the Tentacle art, and I go back and look at Sam and Max art, I am noticing that my attempts at replicating that style, I'm not free enough with like the shapes and like the odd perspectives, the warped nature of the backgrounds. It feels really uncanny to me to create in that way, and it's something I want to improve at for the next one, but we'll worry about that improvement next time. Right now, we're just going to focus on getting this thing done, because I want to be done with it as soon as possible. Basically, the sooner the better, because that means I can start working on the third game. And the sooner that one's done, I can start focusing on the final big game, which is like what I'm practicing all these mini adventures for, is to learn what works, what doesn't work, and how to do this art style properly, how to get the characters, you know, doing what I need them to do in the games, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, hopefully I'll learn a little bit about the design process as well, which I have done. I've learned a lot about the design process too. So I'm really keen on pushing forward and doing more with this. I hope that everybody else is keen on seeing where it goes as well. And I hope that when I do eventually make it to a point where I'm like, hey, we're launching this thing, or like we're launching the campaign to get the final game like done, I'm hoping that there's a lot of people come along out of the woodwork, because people appreciate what I've done already. Like, you know, hopefully there'll be some reach for that, and that campaign will do well, because there's no way I'm going to be able to do a full length game in a reasonable time if I'm not focusing on it like basically close to 100% of my day job time. So like that's my goal, is for that fourth game to be done basically just during my normal work hours, so I can crank it out and get it done as quickly and reasonably as possible. I'd like to knock it out in like 3 to 6 months of like full-time work, whereas like right now I'm just working on like spare time hours as much as I can. So yeah, that's my goal. I don't know if we'll make it, but I'd like to. I'd like to get there. One thing that I always forget to account for when I'm looking at Kickstarter campaigns is like how tax affects it as well, because taxes in Australia are pretty insane for that kind of thing. So I would really need to probably talk to like some kind of financial advisor or business advisor, something like that, before I step into it and get this campaign started, so I know where to set the goals at. Because I think that's something that's held back some indie projects in the past, is like, oh wait, we didn't really account for like cost of living and taxes and stuff, and now we can't really afford to finish the game, and then it drags on for like 4 years before they actually get something out. I do not want to put myself in that position, so I want to make sure I know where my goals should be to be realistic about it. Important matters. On important matters, how's the new kitten? Very good, very good. The new cat Lily is doing great. Thank you, Father Axe Keeper. Yeah, there's like a situation with like the older cat that's still in the, like, you know, we still have Cookie, and Cookie's response has been about what you would expect for an older cat having a newer cat introduced to their environment. So she's getting a little bit stressed out and doesn't really like the idea of a new cat in the house right now, but I think they'll warm up to each other. Duke 1102, hello, good morning. Yeah, not super stoked about the new cat right now, but it's okay. She'll warm up to it. She's been good in the past, and they're not like fighting or anything. It's just like avoiding each other mostly at the moment. Oh my gosh, that's terrible news, Duke 1102. I hope your computer woes get solved soon. Stuck on work MacBook Pro for the time being. I guess things could be worse. At least you got that going. Good luck getting a new laptop as well. Hairball Wars, King Brawl, yeah. They're not really getting into each other at all. They're kind of keeping each other's, like, giving each other space right now, which is good. No major conflicts so far. You did order an external NVMe USB adapter to get some data off. That's good. Yeah, at least you can get your recovery going. Man, computers, eh? Hey, BNU, good to see you. Thank you for beeping. Thanks for beeping. Yeah, I really don't have too much else to say here on the day 18 startup. It's like basically I want to dive into that biolab room, just get it tidied up a little bit more. I want to go back through and just like there's probably a few things I want to do just to like utilize some of the art I've done in the other rooms with like interactive objects. Maybe I'll just do a really bad animated like lamp swinging motion just so I have that in, and maybe I'll put the bucket on and have the bucket swinging motion too. So that will probably take us a little bit of time to do that. So like let's just put that in there. Lamp swing, bucket swing. That's, yeah, and I'm just saying like really dumb basic version. We can like do some more like interesting animation later on, but if I get it in there, it's done. We can export all the assets and like, you know, work backwards from that. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do is for that. And then like I said, pixel art character, this is gonna eat into our day. This is a big job. This is a really big job. Okay. We still have to think about this at some point too. I really am loathing this. I kind of loathe the idea that I put that down. I wrote that down because I don't like mazes in games, especially like annoying mazes. And this is like all the hallmarks of an annoying maze. I'm not keen on it. I'm not keen on it. My ear is itchy. Probably have a peeling skin in there or something like that. You know, like the dead skin thing. Sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. I have dry skin problems. How about like a Mad Dog Williams style maze with an easy solve? Oh, you mean like you just jump through the wall? Yeah, no, that's not what I want to do. See, that's not the kind of maze I'm talking about either. It's more like the, oh, you have to like solve this maze in a stupid way problem. Like in this case, it's like I'm lumping two problems together that I don't like. Which is all two, you know, two puzzles together that I don't like. Puzzle one that I don't like is convoluted mazes with annoying like tropes in them. And part two, like the puzzle two that I'm lumping in, is programming a thing to like solve the maze for you. And like in the case of the dig, it's not a maze. It's just like a generic, like you got to guide a thing to a point and then press the toggle like button and then navigate to another point and press the toggle button again kind of thing. And it's like in the dig, it's like not that bad. It's like borderline annoying and stupid. But yeah, like I've definitely played some games like The Way, for example, which I think I demonstrated on the stream at one point. We looked up a YouTube video. It's really, really badly implemented. It's like just a really stupid, horrible, like time-wasty puzzle. And I don't want this to be time-wasty. I want you to be able to solve it first try if you look at it and think about it for a second. But so it doesn't need to be overly complex, but I do want to have like gotchas in there. So like if you don't think about it enough, then you'll get it. You'll see the gotcha and you'll be like, oh, I have to work around that, and then you'll solve it kind of thing. Like I don't want it to be too overbearing. I don't want it to be like 30 steps. I want it to be like 8 steps to solve it kind of thing. Like not really that overly complex. That's my goal anyway. So I got to think about that at some point. Ripper slide puzzles, I'm never going to implement that because there's no way to make that fun. The way to make that fun is just to not include it in the game. Like, yeah, you can't really make something like that feel fun, I don't think. So, yeah. Anyway, like slide puzzles in general, once you get to an... I don't know what n is, but like the grid is n by n size, and there is a certain n where it's just like not worth it anymore. And I think 3 by 3 is like fine. 4 by 4 is like probably okay. 5 by 5 to me just seems like a silly size. Anything bigger than 5 by 5 is like stupid. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe there's some exceptions to the rule. I don't know. But yeah, slide puzzles aren't great. All right, I gotta plug in the device because I still haven't plugged that in since we finished up our work today. Man, it'd be nice if I could like work game dev without day job time. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. One other thing I realized recently, because I've been looking at the financial side of things a lot lately, one thing I've realized is I've got all this money that I've been saving from streaming sitting in an account. So, like sponsorships and streaming, any income from streaming related activities goes into this account. And it doesn't really like earn interest or anything. It just sort of sits there for the most part. Like, and it's not an insignificant amount of money. Like, it's just not. I don't bring in enough to live off of right now with streaming. But like, it's enough there that it like could make a significant difference if I just took all that money out and just like decided to live off of it. I could live off it for a little while. Like, it's not enough for me to go 1 full year or anything like that, but I could take a little bit of time. But the thing about it is just sitting there doing nothing. And I've got a home loan. I've got mortgages, right? And the mortgage, like, if I put money into the mortgage, this is something I've been thinking about. I haven't done anything about it, but it's just a thought process. If I put the money into the loan, that reduces the amount that gets interest rates applied to it. So that it would genuinely, it's like it would make the money work for me instead of just sitting there doing nothing. It's kind of where I'm at the moment, thinking about it that way. And I'm like, if I put money there, it's probably actually smart. It's like probably the smartest thing I could do. The thing is, then I need to like keep a ledger and like be really careful about like where, like if I want to spend money and stuff, because I don't want to eat into what I've, like the equity I've built into my house already, kind of thing. So I have to think about that too. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about. I'm not sure I want to do it, but yeah. Speaking of the Kickstarter sort of side of things, which I do want to do a campaign. Like if I was to get income from that as well, it makes sense if I'm going to live off that income for a limited period of time, is to like put that in the home loan, because it actually works harder for me there than anywhere else, which is weird, but like basically take my salary out of that instead of leaving it in an account doing nothing. Paying off mortgage is a good idea, reduces monthly costs. Yeah, indeed it does. Speaking of that, we open up subs on this channel. No, I don't plan to open subs on this channel. If you like this channel and you're not subscribed to my other channel, feel free to subscribe to my other channel. Even if you don't ever, if you like, I know I stream on here on different hours, so maybe you can't make it to the other channel. But if you subscribe there, it's like supporting me here as well, because, you know, it is me. It would do better for me if you support me over there. If you want to increase your support for me, you can increase your subscription over there as well to a tier 2 or tier 3 sub. That's one way you can do it. And I also have coffee. So I don't feel like I need to monetize this channel unless this channel starts doing like a lot better than my other channel. I don't really see the point in doing that, because then it just splits the subscribers base from like into 2 channels kind of thing. And the way that Twitch works at the moment is if you have 100 subscribers per month that are not gift subscribers, I don't know if Prime subscribers count, but as long as they're not gift subscribers, there's a point system to it. So like tier 2 subs count for 2 points and tier 3 count for like more than that. I forget what it is. Like it's like 4 or 5 or something. Anyway, I'm trying to remember all the details. But yeah, if you get enough points there, then I think it's 100, then the split goes from like 70-30 to like 40, 70-30 to 60-40. And if you get 300 points, then it's 50-50. So yeah, if people like this channel and they want to support me for the work I'm doing here, adding support on the other channel actually is like a better help for me than supporting me here and there, if that makes sense, because like it pushes me closer. I'm close to like 100 subs each month there. It's like I sort of hover around like the 90 mark each month, it seems to be. So if we could add a little bit more on there, it would actually increase my income from Twitch even more, because it's like that like extra 10 or 20 subs that I would need to like consistently be over 100 per month for 3 months in a row to unlock that 40 instead of the 30 split. So yeah, anyway, holding you for ransom. You wrote bite you in the ass, and it caught you up. If you can pay up like a few thousand or more bucks still outstanding in your mortgage, definitely. Shouldn't blow your savings doing so though, because it'll come back to bite you in the ass eventually. Yeah, I'll allow that. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a bot, so shout outs don't work here. Father Axe here. I gotta add one. Earn the Almighty, good to see you. Yeah, so I've been thinking about the financial side of things, because I was like, oh, if I'm going to do a Kickstarter, I need to think about that. And I also recently had, after a lot of legal documents and back and forth, finally got an inheritance from when my nan passed away. And I didn't expect an inheritance, actually, but it was the way that the will was written, it was like divided out among all the descendants somehow. It was an interesting thing. Like if her child was directly, like her direct child was still alive, it would go directly to them, but because my mum passed away a few years ago, it filtered down to like my mum's children. So yeah, that was good for us, I guess. So that I just went and dealt with that not long ago, so now I'm thinking like, oh, if I do the same with that, with the income that I generate from game dev, it's actually going to like make long-term sustainability better option for me. Yeah. I'm great, thank you, Ern. I hope you're wonderful. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything important here. My mind has just gone off on a tangent. I didn't sit down to talk about any of that. It just came out, and now I feel like awkward. But I'll just pretend I didn't say anything, and I'll move on. If you can pay up a few thousand more bucks outstanding, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't like overextend yourself to pay off a mortgage. That would be silly. Yeah, no, you're right about the loss of family. You're right, Duke. It sucks, but I mean, I guess there's a silver lining to it, right, with the inheritance side of things. Playing some Baldur's Gate 3? Awesome. How's Baldur's Gate 3 treating you? I still haven't tried. I got it like day one, I think, but I still haven't played it, so... 50-50 mortgage and savings. So right now, like, the way I live right now is I basically don't build up a massive savings. I just put it all onto the mortgage. And the mortgage, like, there's like an available balance on there. And that's like whatever I paid ahead on the mortgage is my available balance. So like once that available balance reaches a point where I've paid enough into it to like live off of that, that's kind of like I'm waiting to reach a point where I'm like, okay, it's at a point where I could actually sustain myself for a year or two on that, and then see what happens, I guess. See if I can be successful working for myself again, which is how I started my career. I worked for myself for the first year and a bit, and then I realized I didn't understand how to run a business or do taxes. And at the end, and once I caught up on all the tax work and all of the filings I needed to make, I was like, oh, I lost money. Like, I didn't actually make money. Like, I made a little bit of money, but then like technically I made money, but it wasn't enough to really do what I needed to do. So that's why I went and got full-time work at that point. Yeah. Don't own property, just rent, but if I were to, I'd at least put 10k into savings for whatever maintenance repairs come around. Yeah, so basically that's how the available balance works on our house. If something happens to our house, like if we needed to like repair the roof or something and the insurance didn't cover it or something like that, we have enough in there that we can just draw on that. So it's like it's offsetting the interest, but we also can just draw on it if we need to. It's kind of the best of both worlds. You're loving Baldur's Gate 3? Sunk a couple of 100 hours into it? Oh my gosh. So you've already finished a full playthrough. Actually, I think I remember you mentioning you did a full playthrough. So you started a second character? Okay. That's awesome. I'm gonna try to do that too. What are you gonna try and do? Put savings away? Yeah, savings is important. It's super important, especially if you're getting older, like me. We had a massive savings saved up. Somehow managed to neglect that. Dummy me, only just started saving up an emergency fund and such a while ago. So the work bonus I get in June will most likely go directly into savings. It's a good way to do it. For like a really long time, I thought I was doing badly. Turned out I was actually doing great, but I thought I was doing really bad, and I was struggling to try and build up a savings account with like enough in there that it's like if I lost my job, I could sustain myself for a couple of months on that, on the money that was there. But I just kept on running into issues, and then it was like a while later when I kind of like given up on it. I was like, I just guess I can't save that much, and I just decided, look, if I keep paying the mortgage, everything will be fine. And then when I actually checked the mortgage, I saw how much I'd actually saved by paying, because I'm paying my mortgage weekly, and they do the interest cap, like they charge interest monthly. I was actually like way ahead on the mortgage at that point. I realized like, oh, if I put all the savings I have in that account, even though it's not what I was aiming to have in that account, if I put that into the mortgage, I have this available balance, which is already way more than that. Like I had easily enough. I could have lasted like months easily on what was in paid ahead on the account. So I was like, that's what I need to do. And that was a few years ago that I realized that, like probably 5-6 years ago, I realized, oh, we're actually doing really well on that. Because I didn't really realize that I was just paying the mortgage weekly. I just had the habit of paying the mortgage weekly. And so we were really, really far ahead on the mortgage repayments. So that was good. It means that if anything does happen, we have resources to pull on, and I can be a bit more picky about like if I want to, you know, if all my contract work that I'm doing at the moment dries up, I can just go find more work and not stress about it. We can just draw on the savings, so that's good. Haven't finished yet. Act 3 right now on your first character. Oh, okay. So you haven't finished it. You haven't finished it, but you're doing pretty well on it. No, I'm going to try and start my own business. Oh, that's great, Ern. Is it going to be... It's not going to be bakery, is it? I think I talked to you about baking, and you said you're not doing baking as a business because it's a hobby that you love to do. I think that's what you said. On a different note, I wonder how many solo game developers are going to use Suno AI to create game music. Servers is crazy. I won't use it. I just won't use it. Maybe because I'm really unmusical, maybe I could use it to generate some kind of a melody that I can then transcribe to like MIDI or something and work from there. But I don't know. I haven't even looked at it. Haven't tried to use it at all. I do have this thing that Duke 1102 generated, which was like an anthem. It was Duke 1102, right? It might have been, I think that's who it was. It's been a little while, so I don't remember if I'm right or wrong. But there's like a generated Suno song here that we did listen to on the stream at one point. But it's not the kind of thing I would want to do for a game. I like the same reason I don't just use AI generated background art. Like I want to create something. I want to I want to do the creation. I want the process. You know, that's what, and I guess you just miss out on the process a fair bit if you just use generative stuff. It's like if I want to write a novel, I wouldn't ask ChatGPT to generate me a novel. And that's also why the term ChatGPT is banned on the chat. Because I don't want to talk about it. I don't value it. I will be baking. Oh, so you decided to do baking, and you did decide to do baking. Awesome. Yeah, it's been my reasoning up until now. But the more I've considered, the more it makes sense to do something I enjoy doing and work for myself instead of some corporate whatever. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I don't know, like, I'll talk about myself personally, because that's probably easier. And maybe, like, yeah. So for me, I've driven myself as hard as possible to do the right thing, and I've never liked doing the right thing. I got there was one company I was working at, and I was like, if I do all of the right things, it'll be good for me. And it turned out doing all the right things and working extra hard, nobody cared. And I ended up feeling very depressed, and I hated my entire life basically because of that job. And I was there for like over 5 years, and by the end of that time, like, I was so happy to leave that company. I didn't realize it until I'd left. I didn't realize just how much it had hurt working for that company. And I later found out, because of our family and like my children, finding out that, oh wait, that isn't a normal struggle. Like, people don't normally struggle the way I struggle, and that I have ADHD as well, and that's like, oh well, that explains all the problems I had with school and with like basically my whole life, and why it was so hard for me to do it, and it seemed like other people could do things a lot easier than I could. And I was like, wait, what? But the thing is, I've done game dev since I was like 10 years old, and I've always loved it, and I've never hated it. I've had my own like anxieties over top of that have prevented me from putting myself out there. Like, I could have put out some great games like in the late 90s, early 2000s. I could have been putting out great games this whole time, but I had these anxieties that would like prevent me from doing that. I've talked about that before at length on this channel and on other channels. And knowing that I've stuck with it all this time, though, tells me that that's probably what I should be doing with my life. And so, like, I've been working for the last, pretty much since I started streaming. Even before that, I've been working towards like trying to make myself financially put myself in a position where I can be independent enough to try and go full-time into game dev. And that's like, streaming was part of that. Streaming was part of my plan. My strategy was, if I stream and build an audience, and I can build a connection with people and tell them my story, then maybe they would be able to support me when I do put a game out. They'll be like, hey, I want to support this person because I like what this represents for them. And like, I was just like, hopefully that will work out. Like, I didn't really, that's about as far as I thought into it. But releasing Day of the Sandwich at the start of this year was like, that was me sort of like putting my foot down, like, oh, I have to actually do this, because I keep on saying that's what I'm going to do, but I'm still struggling with like actually releasing stuff. So I was like, I'll just do something simple, quick, and put it out and not stress about it. And it worked. So keeping on doing that. That's why I'm working on this game right now, and that's why I quickly abandoned the tank game, because the tank game, I could see all of the signs of something that I wasn't going to be able to finish or release or be happy with, and I was like, I still want to do it. Like, I'm very passionate about the idea of what that tank game was and what it was becoming, but if I don't do it now, like I could see that I wasn't going to be able to release it. I could see that I wasn't going to be happy with it enough to release it in any kind of reasonable time frame. So I said, let's put it on the back burner and focus on something I know I can do, which is this adventure game. And we're going to get this done hopefully this month. Maybe it'll happen next month, but it'll happen very soon. And then we can move on to the third one. Just follow the game plan of release 3 mini games and then 1 big game. And kickstart the big game, because we have the 3 mini games that lead into that big game. People will be able to play them. I'll do a vertical slice of the 4th game, just of like maybe the first chapter or something like that, or like maybe not in the first chapter, just the first couple of puzzles and a bit of the intro or something like that, just to show like this is where it's going to go, and then take it to Kickstarter and see how that goes. That's my plan. But yeah, life took a real turn when I realized, like, oh, that's why I've been struggling all this time. I had like my entire life I've been dealing with this thing that I didn't really know I had a problem, and it put a lot of things in perspective, and it made me think like, oh, if I had a diagnosis in school, like growing up, I might have found my path a little quicker, but that's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm not upset, but it does put some things in perspective. Yeah. So you got diagnosed in in 2021, at the end of 2021, and it's still very new. Yeah, for me, it's still new as well. Yeah, probably a similar time frame. 2022, 2021 was about the same time frame for me. It was the same for me until I got diagnosed when I was 23 and then started medication. That things finally made sense. Oh boy, medication helped out so much initially. Yeah, so I still haven't taken that step. I'm tempted to, but I haven't really. Ironically, I think that ADHD has gotten in the way of me actually going through with it. But yeah. Spent so many years being hobbled, and everyone, including me, just assumed I'm lazy or unmotivated or not living up to my potential. Yeah, the number of times I was told like I wasn't living up to my potential in school was horrible. It just made me feel like I like there was something wrong with me. Like, yeah, it was a horrible experience in school being told like every time a report card came around, Mike is a very bright student, but he needs to apply himself to achieve his potential. Like, how many times are you going to say that? Like, I don't know. What else am I supposed to do? It would be nice to hear. It would be nice to get something figured out earlier. But hey, that's life, right? And the thing is, I always finished. Like, I always did well in tests. I always like passed, but I just like I was a bad student. So you know, whatever. Hey Tony, good to see you, man. How's game dev going? We're about to get started. I've been talking for, how long have I been talking for? I kind of hit a tangent immediately, which ironically we're talking about ADHD. So yeah, we started talking about finances as well, and then we moved on to ADHD. So there's like a whole bunch of crap going on at the start of the stream that's like probably a little bit TMI. I don't know. I don't know if I should be talking about all this. Anyway. It's like the start of a brand new life, Duke. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I should find myself a way down that path. Left college the first time around with 18 credits left. It was so dumb. I don't really live with regrets, but I do wonder how life would have been different if I had been recognized. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I had this situation with my studies, my tertiary education. I went through like a couple of different avenues to finally get to a point where I was like, oh, okay, I've kind of achieved what I needed to achieve. But I never really got, like, I ended up going full-time work before I could get the paper. So I never really got a degree, even though I did actually do enough work to qualify for it. I just didn't do the final application to get it. I'd worked through different programs. If I brought it all together, I was overqualified. I could have easily gotten a degree, but I didn't do it. And so, like, I was working with one particular school. I was like, I'll just finish up here, and then I can just get the degree, and then I don't have to worry about going through all the administration process to get it signed off, and it'll be easier this way. And then I got a job and didn't finish anyway, so I should have gone and done that, but I didn't. Yeah, you haven't missed too much. It's just been like talking about some I guess life stuff, life lessons maybe a little bit. Also, Mike, when I first asked my therapist, I'm kind of curious about ADHD back in 2015, they told me I had to fill out this general mental health questionnaire before I could actually make an appointment with a psychotherapist. It was like 300 questions. That's insane. That's crazy. They don't make it easy for people with problems, right? Like, oh, you got a problem? It's like saying like, oh, if you're blind, please read this sign. Like, what? I can't. That's so dumb. You'd always try out medication and see help you a whole or lot or don't see much difference. Yeah, I should do it. It's just a matter of organizing it. Because I can't just go through a GP. I have to go see a specialist to do that. And it's like, I don't mind going to see the GP, but when it comes to organizing to go see a specialist, it's just a pain in the butt. Because you have to go to the GP and get a referral to the specialist, and then you have to go see the specialist. And that just seems like too much work all the time. Every time I think about it, I'm like, ugh, it's too much work. But yeah, anyway, I talked enough about that, definitely. Let's go ahead and load up. We just want to finish off this artwork, like I said at the start. We just want to work on this. I did do a tiny little bit of other stuff between streams, so I put in this, like, these shelves at the back here, with the, like, the hydroponics shelves. I put some little plant sort of stuff in there. Today I just want to fill out the bottom 2 shelves. I want to do a little bit of overgrowth. Maybe some overgrowth growing down onto the truss would be cool to see. I think I'd like to see that. And I need to think of like some stuff to put back here. I'm thinking just like some glass jars and like potion-y type looking, like, you know, science potion stuff in the back there. And maybe like, I don't know, a clave or whatever you call it, the thing that like you put the stuff in. I forget what it's called. What's it called? Like a little furnace, like a little oven that you put in. Well, I don't remember what they're called. Sciencey things, sciencey machines in the background. They don't have to have an actual purpose, but I just want to have something there. And then one thing I do want to do is just hang a rope from the wall at some point. It could be here, it could be here, it could be here. I don't care where the rope hangs. I do want the rope to be hanging on the wall somewhere though. Probably somewhere where it's well lit. So, and the other thing I was thinking about is like the lighting I did in this room compared to the lighting I did in the other rooms. I don't like the lighting in here as much. It's a bit more moody though, so maybe it's okay. Like maybe this is a bit more atmospheric lighting, so maybe I'll just leave it as it is and just tidy it up. Yeah, well, that's Duke 1102. That's how I found out, because we found out because of one of my kids. I was like, no, that's normal. And they're like, no, that's not normal. I'm like, no, it is. Like, that's how it's always been. And they're like, no. Most people don't have that problem. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? So, yeah, that was a weird experience for me. I've worked very hard to not have, like, to overcome a lot of the problems that I've had over the years. So, yeah, I'm glad that I've worked it out too. And you know what? One thing I always thought, like, I used to think like, oh man, I'm glad I don't have that. When I'd see kids with like, as I was a bit older and I saw kids with ADHD, I only knew the term. I didn't know what it meant. And people say, oh, this kid has stuff, you know, has to deal with ADHD. And I'm like, oh, poor kid. I didn't know that statement could have applied to me. So that was that's also weird. That part of it's weird. Let's just draw some pictures. That's what we're here for. We're here to draw some pictures and finish this game. Yeah, and I've heard about that too. No, it's all good. I'm just gonna draw now. I'm gonna move on personally. You do whatever you want though. I'll check the chat occasionally. Let's see. I'm just putting this little palette down here. So that I can reference it when I want to draw in other things. I feel like a little bit of color wouldn't go astray, but I want it to feel a little bit alien. So I don't want it to be mistaken for an eggplant, but I'm going to go with like a purpley pink kind of color. Somewhere around there, you know. But I don't want it to be mistaken with an eggplant, but I want some fruiting stuff on the plants. So yeah, I might just pop this color down here as a reference color as well. And maybe I'll just go ahead and do some more work on that. Give us something to work with here. Not sure about that. Let's go a little bit more saturated. Yeah. Yeah, the almighty eggplant. Yeah. And these don't need to be ultra detailed, but if there are a few little details in there, it will help with sort of cementing the idea that this is a high resolution thing that's generating pixel art, which is what we're going for. So I don't mind adding a couple extra details that I know are going to be missed in the final output. That's fine with me. Okay, so let's just go in with... I almost want to bring up reference images, but I also don't mind drawing out of my head, because if I draw out of my head, like, this is supposed to be a biolab with experimental species, so they don't have to look like anything in particular. But I do want to come up with some forms that are a little bit unusual as well. So, yeah. Maybe if I... something like this. Now, I know that corn can grow in different colors, and this is kind of a corn style thing, so maybe that's what people would just look at and go, oh, it's some kind of weird corn, I guess, but whatever. We'll start from there, and we'll just work our way up on the colors here and add some extra details as we go up. And also, the green on green is going to be a bit of a challenge, but I think it's going to be okay, because I'm using slightly different spectrum of green. If that makes sense. Probably makes no sense. Otherwise, I don't know. Anyway, a hue? Slightly different hue of green? Probably what I should have said. Oops. Well, you know what? That's fine. I'll live with that. Okay, now I want to try and introduce the fruit to that as well, but let's just move. Let's just graduate a little bit here. A little bit more tones in. And get them highlights going too. I don't know how much highlighting this really needs, but we'll put some in. What are we talking about? Do you have ADHD, Mike? Yeah. I didn't find out until somewhat recently, though. But it makes a lot of things make sense in my life, knowing. Yeah, let's bring that purple in. Diagnose them on Megs. Yeah, good luck. I'm gonna throw another layer in, just make this a little easier to work on. So I'm going to do like a teardrop shape, but an inverted one, because I don't want it to look like an eggplant. But I don't really know how eggplants grow. All I know is that the skinny part has the green bit on it. So if I make it look like a turnip that's growing as a fruit, maybe that's what I need to do. And I know like most fruits flower before they turn into a fruit, but who cares? Yo, thank you very much for the follow. Great to have you. Just gonna thicken this piece up here up a little bit. Hello there, Beastie for Real 101. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good today. I'm just slightly focused today, just trying to get some work done on this game. I want to finish it this month, so we got to just get some more art done. It is the nature of the beast. This is a biolab type situation where they're like genetically modifying plants. Like are all GMO organisms in here. Doesn't really need that kind of backstory because it's just a point-and-click adventure game about escaping the vault. But I just thought it was a fun idea to work on. So we got some weird new fruits. Can a Wakune? Hello, good to see you. I hope I said your name right. I really love your art style. It reminds me of 90s cartoons. Were you inspired by anything, or is it your own personal style? Thank you very much for the question. Yes, it is more. I am indeed inspired. 90s cartoons is definitely a factor. I think of when I draw this style, and I'm learning this style for this game. I don't normally draw in this style. So my core inspiration is a game called Day of the Tentacle, which is very, very strongly that 90s cartoon aesthetic. The artist who worked on it, Steve Purcell, he created Sam and Max, which if you've seen Sam and Max, it is actually a 90s cartoon. The game came first, though. I believe there was a comic series, then the game, then I think the animated series. I think that's the order they came out in. But the game that I took as my core inspiration is Day of the Tentacle, which I can bring up some images of. You can see how I'm like close but not quite on the art style there. But let's see, Day of the Tentacle. I am trying to make it my own a bit, but yeah, they're very strong in that like 90s cartoon sort of style. This is the remaster. The one I'm trying to replicate more so is the pixel art one, which sometimes it's hard to find a good pixel art image to reference. But here's a good reference point. This is like the opening room of the game, and you can see, hopefully you can see the influence from this in what I'm trying to create. If you're really doing the proper art, then you are quite good, Mike. Thank you, Timur. I appreciate it. Super strong executive dysfunction where I can barely do anything these days. I go through phases with it. I struggle. So I go through phases where I'll hit a wave of that, and that's when you see like I'll stream less often sometimes. Like there'll be a period where I'm like just streaming less often. It happens. But yeah, looks fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, I really like Day of the Tentacle. I think it's a great game, and I like the way it looks. It has a lot of value to me personally. So when I created this, I was like, when I started this series of games, I'm making 3 mini adventures. This is one of this is the second one. once I finish the 3, I'm going to do a full, like, big adventure game. It's like several hour game. The mini adventures are like 10 to 30 minutes each kind of thing. So just sort of like introducing the world, and I'm also taking it as a chance to learn the style of the art and come up with different ways to like play with the genre as well. But yeah, it's like slowly it's coming along, but I have a process. So like creating the high resolution art is like step 1, and then I go in and scale it and apply some reduce the colors in the art to give it the same look as Day of the Tentacle has. If you look in here, this is probably one of the cleaner images in the game. It's the first screen, so I'm sure they probably went through it with a fine-toothed comb to make sure that it didn't have too much artifacting or anything like that in it. But some of the later scenes, you'll see like a lot more of that speckled look of like digitized art, which is what I'm trying to go for. Like somebody painted something and then they scanned it into the computer. That's how they created the art for this game. For the character art, that's not how it went. The character art is like detailed pixel art, which is what I'm also doing. In fact, I can load up GIMP and we can look at the character art that I'm working on as well, which we're going to be working on character art today. Once I finish up this room, we'll work the character art. Hey, Zwerg, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We expect nothing less than a new Maniac Mansion legend, so no pressure. Oh, okay, no pressure, yeah. Bortjans, I hope things are going great for you, man. It's good to see you. Mike is really good at this artwork stuff. Thank you, Tony. That's very kind of you. The funny thing about that is I felt like I rushed that too much, but I released it and said, I'm just going to put it out. I know I could do better, but thank you. That's very kind of you. I still eventually kind of want to organize some self-help group for adults with ADHD. There are not nearly enough of those around. If there are, they are often either primarily for kids or mixed. Kind of want one that's only for adults, ADHD 18 plus. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm trying to organize a group for game devs at the moment, and I'm just my problem is I don't have time in my schedule to lock in a date. I'm trying to lock in a date in advance, and it's just difficult. This is the character that I'm working on for this game. This is Lucas. He's a mix of like one of the characters from Day of the Tentacle and Marty McFly. You might see the resemblance a little bit with Marty McFly, but yeah, that's the pixel art that I've created for this character. We're gonna do a rotation of this character, turnarounds. So I have like facing forward, facing left, facing right, facing backwards, and we'll work through those, and then we'll do some walk cycle animations. I'm going to look at Bernard's walk cycle as inspiration for creating this walk cycle when we get to that. Hopefully we can get the turnarounds done today at least. Anyway, back to drawing, because I'm nearly at a point where it's like this is done enough and I can focus on polishing it up and adding more details later on. I took the glove off and I can't find it. Oh, there it is. It was blending into my desk. Tentacles for Days is a new point-and-click adventure by FMM. Tentacles for Days is like a hilarious name. I wouldn't mind making a mini adventure called that. Tentacles for Days. I love it. I love it, Timur. Maybe I could do something like that after I finished the third game. Maybe I could do a little fan mini game before I start the Kickstarter campaign for the full game. I think one of the details I just noticed about this section right here is it's not... these plants don't really have enough contrast. They look very flat. So I might work on that a little bit. And also, I'm noticing this part right here, the top of this plant, it just sort of stops perfectly almost on line with the bottom of the shelf above it. And it kind of like... it's kind of a tangent line you want to avoid doing if you can. We're also really close to tangent lines on the truss in the top here, this truss, and that green line in the back. This is very close to tangent. There's not much negative space between them. Which that's something you kind of want to avoid too, but I'm going to leave that. I think I'll allow that. because they do sort of communicate a parallel line of things that are supposed to be straight but are clearly not straight lines, right? So I think that actually helps with the flow of the shape of the room a little bit. Not that I'm an expert in this style, I'm still learning it. Get zoomed in here, and we'll just keep on keeping on. We got to do some more plants. So I was thinking about this one, and I wanted it to be sort of like a fairly low plant with crawling, creepy sort of like style to it. Sort of like a hanging garden almost. But I want this one to have its... I want to have tendrils coming off of this one, crawling like up around the place. But like, I want the way it sits to be fairly flat. Like all the other ones are standing up, and I want this one to feel like it sits low. I'm just going to fill in this. I don't even know what layer I'm working on. Oh, I'm working on that layer, that's fine. I'm going to try not to stress too much about how this looks as well. I should probably leave a couple of gaps. That probably will help sell a little bit of this idea. Might go back in and erase some bits as well. Alright, we'll start building up some layers. Color and highlights. I'll kind of leave space for shadows. So yeah, the process for creating this is like, I'm creating higher resolution stuff, but I'm afforded the ability to leave some of the details out because we are compressing it down into like a 200 pixel high image from this. So a lot of the details and a lot of the mistakes will just disappear, which is really good because it means I can be extremely lazy and not like have to go in and polish every single detail. And I like that. I like that I don't have to polish every detail. So like when you're looking at a Monet from a distance, you can see the form really well, and you can kind of imagine a lot of the details from a distance, and as you get close you realize that the details aren't really there. Not comparing myself to Monet, of course. I'm just... That is like... I can be a little bit impressionistic, I guess. A bad impressionist, but a little bit of that can be done. If I'm careful about where I put these highlights, it'll actually help give dimension to this as well. It's like not putting as many highlights in the lower hanging bits and in the back, but like keeping them more toward the center in front of the plant will help add a little depth. That might do it. Let's see how that looks zoomed back a bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to go for. It's maybe a little dark. Maybe I want to go back in a little bit more. Pick out some of these, maybe put some... Oh, leafy bits poking out from the center of it, just to add to the silhouette and make it leafier from a silhouette perspective. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in the chat. I'll review the chat again in a minute. Just want to get some work done. Something just happened. Thank you for the follow. I think it was a follow. Thank you for the follow. I have anonymous follows. So if you want to follow and leave a lurk or join the chat, you're more than welcome to do either of those things. I think that's starting to really bring it more to life. It's starting to look planty now. That's good. That's a good thing. Maybe even afford to put... I like this. I like this style, actually. This is I like this style of plant. I'm going to try and remember to use this style in the future, because it's fun to make. And it's not too taxing. I think that mistakes can be made with this, but it seems a pretty forgiving way of doing it. I don't have to think too hard. I don't want to overdo it, so I'm going to stop myself now. What's this right here? Is not sure what that is. Hang on. I'll zoom right in on it. Oh, it's like an errant brush stroke or something. There you go. Yeah, that looks good. I think that's going to come through in the pixel art pretty nicely, actually. Great. Yeah, like I said, I kind of wanted to have some like vines and tendrils coming off of this a little bit more, overgrowth. Maybe have the plant come down to like the floor in some spots. But I can come back to it and add those sort of things. I just wanted to fill in this space so it wasn't just dead space. Give a reason for those hydroponic shelves to be sitting there. And I might just sketch in some details back here and not fully detail them, but just getting enough detail in so that we have like this is the science equipment alcove kind of idea going on. We'll never use science equipment in the game, so I don't need to worry about function of any of it. It's just detail. But I'll get that. We'll get that sketched in, process it, get it into the game engine, look at it, and then we'll move on and start working on pixel art. Gee, good to see you. Real humble comparison there. Yeah, the Monet reference. I mean, I was just talking, you know. I'm just talking. Science not even once. That's right, Dr. Zool. It's always good to see Jiggy. If you want to follow a truly talented artist, go follow Jiggy. What a legend. There's a lot of chat that happened, and that's fine. I won't read it all though. Yeah, Timur, I love working at home now. It's fantastic for me. Not up to date, but what story have you in mind? For more sci-fi, horror, adventure, or detective, or all together? This one is just very similar to Day of the Sandwich. I don't know if you've played Day of the Sandwich yet. Oh, that's exciting news, Jiggy. We'll have to... hopefully we can hear more about that soon. Working on some Unreal Engine game dev adjacent stuff. Love the sound of that. Yeah, Zorg. So the story for this game is basically like the kid accidentally gets locked in the vault because of shenanigans with the hamster and the cat. And it's a different kid than the first game, but it is, they will meet up at the end of this game, and in the closing credits of this game, they will meet up. And in the third game, we're going to have the same thing. So what, like, the idea of this is like making a sequence of short stories with each of the characters being introduced. And it's just like, oh, in this case, you have to escape the vault that you've been locked in. The first game was just making a bacon sandwich before you leave for your adventure. So, like, it was a simple story. This one's a fairly simple story too. It's a little bit more involved. There's a bit more puzzle design going on in this game. The third game will be something a little different again. I'm not exactly sure what it will be yet. I've been thinking about it, but I haven't thought too hard. But it's going to introduce the third character, and then from there we're going to take all three of the characters and put together a complete adventure game that's not like 10 minutes, 20 minutes adventure game. It's going to be like a several hours experience, like a full game. And I guess that will go, like, I want to take that as a Kickstarter campaign and bring that to people through Kickstarter, put it on Steam, all that kind of stuff. That's like my first stab at like a full game that I want to put, you know, in this universe with like these characters. So we'll see how that goes. I'm excited to do it, but I guess we'll just wait and see. Thank you, Zwei. Thank you. Looking forward to it, Tony. I'm looking forward to it too, honestly. Still have work to do, but I look forward to unveiling on stream in the not too distant future. Oh, awesome. Send me a DM on Discord or something like that before you do, so I can come and have a look. Again, thank you for the follows today. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I didn't miss anything in the chat. I'm just going to scroll up the chat and see if there's any direct questions to me or anything, or comments. I think I'm good. So warm here all of a sudden. Bring winter back, I say. Oh my gosh. Hi, Julia. How you going? Good morning, Proton. Proton's here too. Wow. Lots of people here today. Again, if you want to follow another amazing artist, go follow A Maple Mystery. I need a bot so I can do shout outs. I don't have a bot to do shout outs with, but yeah, do that. And go follow Proton as well if you want to see some cool demo scene coding and awesome music compositions as well. Wrapping up your own work tonight. Oh, nice. Very nice. This is looking awesome. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say. I appreciate it. Can't promise I remember something like that, but I will making something of a deal of it, so you'll hopefully be able to catch it. Yeah, I'll try my best to catch it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what you reveal. I'm gonna not touch the plants anymore. We can touch the plants in the future. This is fine. I'm gonna save what we got, and we'll start working on the sciencey stuff over in the back corner there. I don't know what I want to do with that, actually. Maybe I should just leave that for now. We could just start working on pixel art instead. Yeah, I'm going to leave that for now. Because this looks alright. Let me... Where's my shadow layers? So the only thing I'm thinking is, like, is there enough shadow under these plants? And I think it's fine. We can ignore that for now. I kind of want to redo the shadow mask altogether, but like I said before I started drawing, the mood is good, I think. I think the mood's pretty good. Let me just get these swatches out of the way. I'm just going to quickly process this. I'm not going to, like, agonize over it. So I'll read the chat again in just a second. I just want to get this done. That's fine. Yeah. That's kind of the look. It's kind of the look. Good, that'll do. Keep forgetting that I call this area the potato room. I was going to do the animation, but I think I'll leave the animation. Oh, right. Yeah, you gotta... I don't know why it keeps on saying that I have transparent pixels. I'm sure I have no transparent pixels. Select the folder again. All right. Let's get AGS loaded up. Cat Peasant's here. Good to see you, Cat Peasant. Mike, did you see the Taurus? I did not see the Taurus, no. So this is how the old point-and-click games have been made, huh? I'm trying to emulate it. So my process is... So like their process in the past, like when they made Day of the Tentacle, Steve Purcell or one of the other artists would paint a whole background. Like they'd draw the whole thing out. I don't know what materials they used, I don't know what media they used, but they would digitize that artwork. And it would be, like, basically it has to fit their 256 color palette. So there's some number of colors reserved for characters, and then the background they can kind of fiddle with the colors a little bit. Because you can reload the palette between scenes if they need to. So to simulate that, I'm drawing in just like a regular... I'm drawing in Krita at like a high resolution, and then I'm scaling it down, and then I'm crushing the color space down to like 168 colors at the moment. That's what I've chosen to do. And that just sort of like emulates the effect that you would get in the original styles, but it's not perfect. And like also what they would do is they would then go back in and like tidy up the pixel art a bit, or tidy up the colors. So like, you know, if there was like a weird splotchy looking wall, they might make it all one color just to like make it look a little bit nicer to the eye and stuff like that. I haven't bothered doing any of that for this. I may or may not do that. We'll see how it looks when it's done, when it comes to the end of like all the work that I'm doing. But yeah, that's the process, I think, that I'm sticking with. Anyway, let's go ahead and put this room together. Just update this background with the plants and stuff. I have to redo these animations, these like badly animated things. I have to redo those with the high res art properly, and then get them into the game somehow. So I got to think about that at some point. I was going to do that today, but I don't really feel like doing that. I feel like just working on the character art now. I think that's what I'm gonna do. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind. But yeah, that's just a little addition that helps fill this room out. And that does look pretty good, I think. It takes a little bit of work to get into here, so... yeah. I could test it, but it'll take a minute. Gonna make my own game called Day of the Street Rod 2. That's a great idea, Cat Peasant. You should do. You should do. Let me take a look at this Taurus. That looks amazingly well done. I'll just mute it for a minute. Let me see if I can find my music player. Pause that. So this is Amiga 1200. That's extremely detailed. What the heck? How many colors is this, Proton? Oh, okay. I don't know if it's compression, adding some of the color banding. There's like some... Is it jumping in the code Like, is that a floating point error or something? That's pretty cool. They definitely got way better at accounting for the digitizing process post Monkey Island 2. Sam & Max and Day of the Tentacle quite nice looking and clearly keep things relatively flat and simple. Yeah, they do. Monkey Island 2 is probably the least attractive Lucas game to look at in my book because of how all the background art became mangled in execution. Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're right about that. Hang on. But like, if you look, like, you can still see the artifacts in other in the other art too, right? I might as well unplug the tablet. I don't need it right now. I'll probably end up plugging it back in like 30 seconds because I'll realize I need it. But yeah, if you look at like there are definitely Day of the Tentacle screens that you can see it as well. It's not so much in the earlier shots, but like I think in the problem is like so many of the screenshots are remaster screenshots now, so it's like a bit harder to find ones to reference when you're looking at the pixel art. But like everything looks like really good and smooth on this right hand side, and like if you look in the shadow there, you might see a little bit of digital artifacting. In the background here, you start to see it a little bit more, but certainly over in this side of the frame, I think you can see it a lot more, like the digital artifacts, digitized, hand-drawn artifacts. It's not like super prevalent in this scene, but it is definitely there. Monkey Island 2 was like pretty strong though. Yeah, you're right. Like Monkey Island 2 is. They didn't do a remaster of that yet, did they? This is one of the scenes when I think of like dirty scenes. It's like this one are ones that comes to mind pretty strongly. Let's look at this one because this one's actually from the game. Yeah. I don't know why my kid's crying outside. I might need to go check. But yeah, you can see a lot of that like digitized. Like it's sort of like a telltale sign that you just get used to spotting. But even here, you can tell they've cleaned up some of the pixel art as well. Yeah, you can definitely see those artifacts are throughout the image. It's not a terrible thing though, I don't think. But like there's a lot more texture in this than there is text. Like there's a lot of texture here compared to Day of the Tentacle. Tons more texture. And maybe that's like part of why they got better at digitizing, is they started to do things with less of that like grainy texture detail as well. Monkey Island 2 have a lot of backgrounds with details that just get lost in pixel soup. Yeah, I guess that's what I was just saying as well. They got better at like not just the digitizing process, but the art process as well. Just understanding that they're going to end up with something a little bit less detailed, because they've only got 200 pixels of vertical height to work with. Torus calculated in 32 segment circle. Okay, round shape using 8 segments. Reason for smoothness was Gouraud shading. Yeah, I could tell it's Gouraud shading, but I was wondering about the seemed to like not stutter, but like jump, maybe. I don't know if it was like maybe just changing the scene or something, or resetting some value. I don't know what it was. Mostly comes down to choosing a paint style that allows for easy manual touch-ups. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. It's something that I sort of observed too, going through the games. Like, and even if you look at The Dig, I think The Dig, even though it has a lot more texture to it, it still looks really, really nice. But I think it's because of a stylistic choice as well. I like The Dig, by the way. It's one of my favorite games. So you could say it doesn't look great, but The Dig, what year is it? 90 game. What year was The Dig game? 95, I want to say, but oh yeah, 95. But they used a mix of like 3D pre-rendered stuff as well as painted stuff, but it just, like, I don't know, it looks cleaner somehow. For the most part, like, it does probably still share some of those issues, but yeah. One of the few point and clickers I actually got through. It's so good, DC Bueller. I love the game. I wouldn't mind trying to do something in this style if I had the guts. It's pretty awesome looking. I don't know if I could pull it off. Even this had like the animated character style though, but for somehow, like, they're obviously more realistic proportioned characters. They're not caricatures as much, but still, yeah. Is that Maureen? It looks a little bit like Maureen. No doubt about it, but they also probably have much better tools. Quite a lot could happen between 91. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a big gap, right at like a point where technology was significantly progressing each year. Like, each year, the video games looks like a completely new generation each time. Whereas now, we go from generation to generation, people are like, wait, it looks the same for the most part. I mean, not entirely, but it is pretty, yeah. Yeah, like even this one, in Monkey Island 2, this would have looked a lot dirtier. A lot rougher in its, I'm not doing it justice by zooming in on this, am I? And this looks like it was a screenshot from a video, not from the actual game. Looks like some MPEG compression there. Anyway, enough of that. I didn't do these two things. We'll come back and do those two things later. I'll leave it open. I was going to close it. We'll leave it open because I'll probably switch back to it after a little while. We got to figure out how to turn this guy around. I do have the advantage of, like, I could just bring Delphine artwork in and just use those as a little bit of a reference, a guideline, or whatever. Delphine's folder is still called The Guy, and the cat's folder is still called The Cat. Well, the cat makes sense, but anyway, The Guy. I don't know how up to date this is, but I'll drag it in. Well, that's 405 pixels tall. It seems pretty tall. Is this the high res version that I did and then I had to redo it? Yeah, this is the high res version. I can't use that as a reference. Maybe this one? Yeah, this one. So this is how I did the... Wait, hang on a second. This is also high res. Oh, okay. You can see how much larger Delphine is than the Day of the Tentacle characters. I ended up reducing Delphine's size to the same size as, like, I think Hoagie. So, yeah. Two questions. What's the screen specs, resolution, and number of colors? Size of the executable program. I have no idea what size the executable program would be. I couldn't guess. I'm just gonna say 2K. And I'm probably underestimating it. Sorry. And the screen specs. I'm gonna say like 300 something, maybe like 320 by like 200. And colors 64 colors. Even Fate of Atlantis doesn't have the same problems for me. Yeah, okay. So how far off was I, Proton? What margin of error? I'm not going to use these turnarounds. Hey, where's my Delphine stuff? Maybe I'll just grab like some frame. Maybe I'll just build one out. Let's set the canvas size. If we need, let's just do 360. And we'll make this 200 size. Yeah. There's our Delphine. Let's see. Left. Down. Where's right idle? Oh, there it is. And then we want back as well, right? Or up. Okay. Is that all I need? Suppose that's all I need. Technically, though, I want like walk frame 1 and first walk frame from left and right as well, probably. And then it would be like left idle, forward, right idle, right, and backwards. Let's see. I think I ended up making like this frame or this frame the first. I think it was this frame I made the first frame of the walk cycle. So I'm going to correct that with this one. Also, we're not going to use this cycle. We're going to go look at Bernard's cycle and like examine that. Binary's 2.5K. Wow, I was only slightly under. Resolution. Oh, wow, okay. It's like half of what I thought, basically. This is 160 by 128 by 64. So I got the color space right. I got the color size right. but I overestimated the scale. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was not a bad guess. I'll stick by my guess. I think here you can see like where I sort of gave up on like refining it when I was running out of time as well. You can, like with Delphine, it's like this one's not bad. This one's not bad, but like the walk cycle, it's like a little bit lazier on the a lot lazier, you could say. Oh well. I wish GIMP had better tools. Yeah, we can use this as a bit of a reference to just like look at and figure out what we want to do. So I think the first thing I want to do is just make this. Oh wait, I've just thrown it all in here and it's not good. Hang on, let me just hide all this. Merge visible, can I do that? Do merge down. Merge visible layers, there we go. What's all this stuff anyway? Well, that's the glasses experiment. That's the old head. I don't know what that is. Green jacket. Oh, the original pose. The original quick sketch pose. What's the difference between that jacket and the actual jacket we landed on? Oh, it's shorter. Okay. Anyway, I can delete all these layers. Why does the button delete on the keyboard not delete a layer? There we go. Hey Duke Donuts, how you going? Good to see ya. Castle Rivercheck's here too. Have you looked at any of the pixel specific tools, Mike? There's various online ones or paid software which includes keyframes animation. Yeah, I've looked at them. I know I could be more efficient. I even have let's see. I bought whatever it's called, Aseprite, on Steam, and then I proceeded to never use it. All I want is Deluxe Animator. That's all I want. I'm so glad about your internet being back, Duke. It's good. It was good to chill and hang out in your stream today as well, while I was working. Aseprite? Aseprite? Yeah. I hate the UI. I think that's my main problem, is I hate the UI. I'll try and learn this sometime. Not right now. Make all your art on Amiga Planner mode and then screw it all up in conversion. Oh, you mean like a good DOS port? I know what you mean. Man, this looks... I love this character design. Like, I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out in the end. Alright. Let's get some rulers in so we don't, like, screw things up too much. I guess I'll do with the heel as, like, where the floor is. The bottom of that left heel as the floor. Let's see. Probably gonna do, like, the bendy bit of the knee, so like the top and the bottom there. I guess like we'll average it. Bottom of the pants, top of the pants. elbows, shoulders, bottom of the head, top of the head-ish, and nose. I don't know. Cheek and nose is about the same spot. I'll just do there. That's also almost the bottom of the eye. Top of the eye. It's also about where the ear is, so it's all already aligned nicely. The hand is also kind of aligned okay. Cool. Let me just grab, can I just, okay, yeah, you can't move 2 layers at once in this program. Let's see. It's very annoyingly snapping it to the aligned rules there. Okay. Is there a lock mechanism? That's locking, is it? I'm gonna assume that's locking. I don't know. I think that's locking. Cool. I recall trying to do something in Aseprite recently and being super frustrated with the interface too. Yeah. That would time in other tools, but I'm afraid that unlearning 30 years of Photoshop is too much to ask for this old dog. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. But I get you. I get that we're going... Hang on, let me read this fully. I get that we're going for the pixely style, but it's very annoying, especially on high-resolution monitors. Oh, Aseprite. Right. I'm like trying to think like... I was trying to think of like how you were trying to frame that. Like you're talking about this pixel art. But no, I get you now. I get you. I was like, okay. All right. Should be like the first frame of walk cycle facing left. So I'm just going to do facing forward, facing... I'll do the idols first. So the back one as well. And then we'll look at these because I'm gonna have to go look at like Bernard's walk cycle and see how he walks before I commit to that. So in that case, I think this body position is actually more the facing forward body position than it is this position, right? So I might just do the head, change the head instead. Put it over here. We'll just change the head so it's facing forward instead. So that's like, it's like pretty tricky. Like with Delphine, I think I found it easy to think about the facing forward one, but we'll see. I kind of hate, like holding shift and scrolling is like something I do all the time, but like most programs don't do it the way I want it, and I end up like having to adjust it slightly anyway. Let's see. Let's just do this. I'll do a new layer because that's what people want me to do, probably. It's what real artists would do. Just draw this. Yes, that's gonna be like way too wide if I do that, so let's not do that. Go like here maybe. Roughly draw this in. I also hate that the F is like whatever this tool is, the lasso free select tool, and fill is like, I forget, like G or something. No, it's Shift B. It's Shift B for bucket. Ugh. Anyway, whatever. And pencil is like N. Such a weird choice. And eraser is like, what is that? Shift E. Of course it's Shift E. Alright. These are different shortcuts than the paint program I've been using as well. Krita, that's the word. Gonna go for a bit of symmetry on this. I guess the head doesn't really matter too much up here. Oops. So his nose was like right here, right? His eyes are like about here. Oh, I see what's happening. I'm getting pixels from the background affecting my let's see. Nightmare fuel, good. That's all you need. What am I drawing on? Oh, the wrong layer. Good. The good thing about this is that, like, I can do whatever I want, and it might annoy some people, but as long as I get the result that I need in the end, it doesn't really matter my process, right? I'm not trying to annoy anybody, I'm just saying. Oh. What am I doing? Ugh. What? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows, and if you want to continue to lurk or join the chat, feel free to do that. And relearning new shortcuts is so hard. Yeah, it is. It is. I hate it. I hate switching between the context of like going from like Krita to GIMP is a real pain. Hang on, wait. It's an orb, and it's only Jameson, so not like anything fancy. If orb, then yes. Wait, what? Hey, Racing the Beam. Good to see you, man. Welcome back. We'll say hi since I pushed the button. Hey, Mike and Duke. Oh, hi. Good to see you, Stealthy. Welcome in. So good to see you here. Thanks for checking out the dev channel. I hope you're doing good today. Well, I'm in a razor mode still. Alright, let's clean up this. Ugh. The shortcuts, they're all different. Alright, let's just do like a regular, like little grin here. I feel like I'm drawing like... I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'm hitting the mark at all. But that's alright, we'll get there. Maybe like here, maybe? Oh, it is happening. There's snapping happening. I'm like, why does it feel like I'm drawing in the wrong place? It's because of the snapping thing. How do I disable snapping? I know you can do it. I just don't know how. Is it under here? Is there a snap? Yeah, there is. That's better. Neris, hello. Good to see you. How am I liking GIMP? I wanted to try learning to draw in it. All right. If you want to just like do illustration stuff. Oh, bedtime. Maple Mystery, have a good sleep. Thank you very much. You keep up the great work too. Your game's coming along awesomely. I'm super excited for it. This is the first time the channel popped up for me. Oh, thank you for dropping in. Great to see you. Wow, I didn't realize we had that many people here today. I have the viewers thing turned off. I can move my mouse over top of it to see how many people are here. There's 50 people here right now. That's crazy. Rest well, Maple Mystery. It's always good to see you, Julia. I hope you're doing great. Confidence is high, I hope, because it should be. You've done so good. All right, not having the grid snap is gonna make this a little bit easier. I was like wondering why everything was like not going where I was trying to put it. All right, starting to look a bit Charlie Brownish. It's all right, we'll get there. I actually don't think we need these outlines on the eyes, but I'm going to keep putting them in for now. Where's my colors? I need like a color palette to pull from. I guess I can pull from here, but I'll put a palette on the screen somewhere. What was the bucket in? Shift B. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to bring this guy back. I'm gonna pull some colors and do a little palette. Let's see. That'll do. I was going to answer your question, Neris, and then I got distracted. Yes, so for illustration, I would say GIMP is a bad choice. For pixel art, it's okay. I don't love it, but I'm doing my best. Hey there, B-Squad. Good to see you. For illustration, like if you just want to like paint something, I would say Krita is a better open source tool for painting than GIMP. GIMP's kind of like fallen way behind on its functionality by comparison, but I still like using it for like just doing like, I think it works better. Like I understand GIMP's tool and workflow better for like processes more than like actually creating stuff. I think when it comes to pixel art, it's like better than Paint. And I don't know how to use Krita to do pixel art, so I just do it here, basically. Really like Aseprite for pixel art. Yeah, I literally loaded it up just a minute ago and then closed it immediately because like I don't want to learn it right now, and it's just the interface just looks horrible as soon as I load it up. I'm like, what am I even looking at here? So I just didn't want to use it, but I will eventually try and learn it. Like, honestly, I would rather use I'm not joking, I would rather use Deluxe Paint Deluxe Paint is a very good tool for drawing pixel art on DOS. The DOS version specifically is great. I mean, I'm sure the Amiga version's probably the same, but yeah. I used to use Deluxe Paint on DOS, and it had animation features and all that kind of stuff. It was great. I'm sure it's called like Deluxe Animator or DA. I remember like DA.exe or something like that. Oh, look, somebody drew Meat Boy in it. So people still use it. I should probably start using that instead. It'd be so much more efficient. The only thing is, like, I don't know if the pen tool would work very well. It should work, because it should still send, like, a click, I guess. Aseprite's better than Deluxe Paint. Are you sure? Use Paint.net for everything and still use it stubbornly. I used it all through my game dev stuff as well, and it's still do today for emotes and art. That's awesome. Yeah, like if you've got a tool that does what you need, then that's great, right? It does, at the end of the day, as long as you can get your work done, I guess, is the main thing. Let's see. Just gonna really roughly put in some hair. I don't think we're really on target yet for the shape of the head at all, but it's a start. Just rough this in. Do you know what Julia a Maple Mystery uses just Photoshop for it, and works, and like she has her process down and works perfectly. So like I would never use Photoshop for pixel art, but there you go. I feel like the shape of these eyes is like way off too. I also used Deluxe Paint Animator when I was playing around with DOS dev stuff as a kid. PCX files were so easy to parse and display in mode 13. Yeah. It was a really good tool. Like, I liked it a lot. I feel like this is actually not too bad, not too off target, actually. We'll move around a few more pixels, but I think that's actually not too bad. And then I guess for this, we'll keep this head position because I think that's not too far off target from this one. And then we just rotate the body. And then we can flip the... I think we can just flip the body for this character. I don't think he has any unique features. Other than, I guess, maybe the part looks like it's slightly to one side. Or like the fringe. Maybe we can do something with the fringe to make that a bit more unique, but... yeah, I think this will work. I don't know how much hair he should have. Feels like this is too much hair. It's like way too much hair. We'll put some ears in. That might help. Make the ears stick out a lot. Probably a good idea. Just exaggerate the feature a bit. We can refine it. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Have anonymous follows, so feel free to lurk away if you would like to, or jump in and join the chat. We have a really good community of people. So I appreciate the support. Thank you for the follow. I feel like the ears, like, I think this ear looks better than this ear. I'm gonna do that style on this side. Sort of blends a little bit too much with the cheek, I feel. Maybe if I put some pixels here. And... oh no, that's making the ear look too big and funny again. I don't know. We'll keep working on it. We'll keep working on it. We'll find a balance. I gotta do something about the hair because it's starting to look a bit too weird. Hey Refraction, good to see ya. I'm really liking using Krita, and I don't know if that's a substitute for Photoshop at all. Like, I haven't used Photoshop since CS2, I think it was. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of all this hair. It's funny because like I haven't really drawn like any of this, like any of the turnarounds for this character yet, and it's like, where does the shape come from, you know? Because there's obviously this cheek. I like the way this cheek and the nose look, and I don't know if I'm really not getting that here yet. We're not getting that at all, really. The bottom of the nose should kind of be here. Maybe. Yeah, somewhere around there. Not sure. Photoshop access through work, so you don't have to think about it. Yeah, that's helpful. The art's going okay, Refraction. I mean, I'm just trying to get the shape of this character worked out on the front view. The front view is always awkward. I remember doing this one. It took me a while to get there. Doing this design, going from the profile view sort of thing to the 3/4 profile to the front. I remember this took a fair bit of like tweaking. So just take my time. I should get there. It reminds me of like the Maniac Mansion style character designs, like Zach McCracken's and Maniac Mansion, things like that. If I have the nose a little bit in front of this eye, I think that will work. Bring some pupils into it. Oh, not rulers. Guides? Is it show guides? There you go. I actually think that nose and the eyes is not too bad. I think the eyes are a little bit too... they feel like too tall and narrow somehow. Maybe I need to widen them a little bit more. The nose is not bad. The mouth should fit in okay. Ears don't feel quite right. Don't know how to deal with that just yet. When you get the hair in too. This is not too bad though. Getting there. Oops, wrong color. Let's do like that little half smile. Same as this, basically. Just that'll work. I'm gonna need to get some food soon. I stick with CS5 for a very long time, but if I were to go back to it now, I think there's enough stuff in new versions that I'd be accustomed. Find it annoying. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, absolutely. Hey Gary, good to see you. Welcome in. 10 years, you're going to be able to get AI to do most of this work better than a person could. Like, it'll give reference, have it make the rest of the turn around for you. I don't know. I like doing the work. I like the struggle. You know what I mean? You're welcome, Gary. Right now it's not there yet, but eventually I think it could get there. Yeah, AI could probably get there. It probably could. It could probably replace all of our creative jobs, and then we can all just, like, I don't know what we would do. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not gonna let AI slow me down. Like, I've wanted to do this sort of thing my whole life. I'm gonna keep doing it my whole life. I don't know. We'll see. Did you have any formal art training? You're quite good. Thank you. That's very kind of you to compliment. Yes, I have done some formal training, but it hasn't been part of my career for a long time. So, but yeah, I did study, I actually did study digital art as well, actually. But yeah, I studied traditional art and digital. But I wasn't very good at it. Well, I didn't think I was very good at it. I kind of like everything that I create, I kind of hate it. I will do the creative stuff and we'll do the boring stuff. Well, I mean, like, at some point, there won't be anything left for us to do, but people will still want us to pay the bills, right? So I don't know what we're supposed to do. The future is uncertain, right? I'm happy to just keep doing what I'm doing. I think the ears are too exaggerated. There's like too much ear. I think if we bring that in, rein in the ear a little bit, that'll help. It looks way better than that. I think the cheeks are still too narrow, maybe, but I didn't like how they were looking when they were wider. I think it felt too big. Anyway, we'll keep working at it. Yeah, maybe that will work. Every person who's likely to call their work not good enough tends to be above average in skill. I'll just keep self-deprecating then for the then I'll just continually get better, that means, right? I mean, I've struggled with like genuinely like anxiety over my work and like what I do in life, like the whole time. So like anytime I'm trying to get over myself, basically. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the reason I haven't put out more games is because I just struggle with myself more than anything else. Like, I know what I've done is good. Objectively, it's good, but like, I still can't let myself accept it. Yeah. I'm a problematic individual. Again, GIMP's tools getting in the way. This is starting to come together, actually. This almost looks like this. I'm starting to believe it. This ear obviously needs to go, but, like, the shape is getting there now, finally. I almost feel like if I flipped this to here and that to there, it would look a lot better. Cowlick like Alfalfa? Yeah, actually, the Cowlick is inspired by Bernard. I should bring in Bernard sprites, actually, so I can reference them. I don't know what I was expecting there. I know there was a good reference that we found like a while ago. Like while I was working on the other game. There's a good Bernard reference that I didn't keep. Oh wait, is that it? No, that's not it. Bernard. Maybe if I just search for Bernard and not the walk cycle, it will help. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'll try putting in sprite sheet. There we go. So this is kind of like the strut that I want to replicate with this character. Taking some inspiration from that walk cycle. I feel like these pixels are like tripled or something. Is that right? They're at least doubled. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. Where'd my work go? There it is. Why am I bringing this in? Oh, just for reference to look at. All right, yeah. I didn't need the walk cycle. I just realized. Canvas size. Yeah, but the cowlick, like, reference like this cowlick on Bernard. So I want to animate it in a similar way. I want to really like make sure that that's a clear inspiration. I also have with this character, I based the standing pose on Bernard's standing pose, but it's like less exaggerated. Like Bernard's pelvis forward and his bent knees are like a lot more exaggerated compared to this character. But I wanted to reference that in his position and stuff. His costume is just inspired by Marty McFly, which hopefully that comes through pretty clearly. A lot of people have mentioned it when they saw it. Dunning-Kruger effect. Do people who Shadowbox expect to win? No, I guess not. People in general seem to be really oversold on what neural networks are or will be capable of. Yeah, I have very strong reservations on like how far AI based on the current like LLMs will go, or any of these sort of like rudimentary neural networks. But they're definitely a basis for some very impressive stuff. I don't think it will take too long for research to start pushing in other directions based on what's been done. Like I implemented a neural net in like the early 2000s. With like a training model and all that kind of stuff back then, and that, like, it was very small and it couldn't do much, but I got it to do some interesting things. My interest was in like applications to video games, and the work that I was doing was essentially like a mix of pathfinding and like interactivity of like the AI. So following a target, but also navigating. And that was driven through sensors and like sort of like the idea of like it has its view of the world, and like what's in front of it and stuff like that. So like instead of programming an AI to behave, say, like the way a thief guard would work, you could train a neural net to do it. And I had some results that like were effective. It wasn't very good, but you could see like the application would be there. I haven't seen anything else based on that though. So I'm sure people have been experimenting with that, but I just haven't really looked. I sort of lost interest in it. Does this count as derivative work? Won't Star Wars Man sue you? No. No, using a character as inspiration is not the same as copying it. So, like, if anything, like, yeah, this character's his own man. This character's his own man. I think we'll be okay. You're calling Lucas? This is Lucas. This character is Lucas. No matter how good you are at tennis, you'll never be better than a wall. That's true. Hey, Kuningstan, good to see you. I am well today, thank you. I hope you're also well. How's things been going? Have no clue about neural net stuff and just going off guesses that are not entirely educated. I don't know. Yeah. I haven't looked at that stuff in years. Like, yeah, I was very interested in it at the time, and then I kind of lost interest. I can't exactly explain what my thought process was at the time either. It's a long time ago. What was I doing? Let's see here. Basically do that. I don't know if this cheek is like too wide even. Maybe it's not. I don't know if I like that pixel, but when I get rid of it, it bothers me. Oh, I see what I've done differently here. I was like, why is it so different? There we go. Actually, that looks like way, way, way better. Yeah, because it still like justifies like the nose shape a little bit more now. This way. I think maybe if I do that. Yeah, I'm buying that head shape a lot more now. That's great. Good. That's practically done. I just need to do some tidy up on the hair and stuff, and I think we're good to go. I think fortunately, like, let's see. I don't know what the keyboard shortcuts. They don't seem to have keyboard shortcuts for things that you want to do. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. That's done. We've done another pose. Because, like, this character's flippable. The other character that I did was not flippable. Let's see. View... Grid. Not grid. View... Guides. Let's get rid of the grid. Something like that. Excellent. Yeah, that's looking okay. I'm okay with that. I think the cheeks are a little too low on the front view, but I think that I realized when I was doing this, I had to do the same thing. Lowering where the cheeks sit is like actually a lot better than trying to match the feel of it from the side perspectives, the 3/4 perspective. Thank you for a follow. Oh, hey, dev version of the mic. Hey, good to see you, Slayer Super Show. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm convinced that Lucas is from another, that's Lucas from another angle. Yeah, I think this works. I think the nose might feel a little bit more bulbous here than it needs to, but I'm going to stick with it for now. I did want the bulbous nose, but from the, when I changed the head shape after the first sketch version of it and made it a bit more childlike, it lost a little bit of that bulbousness to the nose, so I like that's come back a bit more in the front view. Arnie's eyes a little high. They're a little taller, yeah. But they looked weird being small. I'll adjust it. Maybe we'll lower the hairline. Maybe lowering the hairline will help with that too. It's still a work in progress, but you know. I need to get the profile, straight on profile view done, and I'm gonna like probably look at this Bernard frame here as like a pose to draw that from. Because I want to sort of like use this walk cycle as inspiration for his walk cycle. I probably won't be quite as animated as this one is. This is such a good strut though. This strut would look good on anybody. Yeah, and we have to draw the back facing one as well, which we can do at some point. Have I missed anything in the chat? Sorry, I got a little distracted just talking to myself practically. Put a line in front of the ear. Which ear? This ear? Or the other ear? Probably this ear, you mean? I will take your advice. Let's see. The further back one, yeah. So that one. Yeah, I think you're right. That does look better. A mad genius. Hello, hello. Who's friends with Bernard? So yeah, Bernard's the inspiration, not part of the game. This is Lucas. Inspired by Marty McFly and Bernard, you could say. And this is Delphine, the main character from the previous game, who's mostly inspired by Hoagie. I think Hoagie's the major inspiration here, but you can also see some Laverne inspiration with the hair. And there's a strong inspiration in the costume from Ben from Full Throttle, as well as Maureen from Full Throttle. The Ben inspiration, the main inspiration from Ben, is this little pocket on her leg. And like, you know, the knee pads and belt and boots, sort of leather jacket, all that kind of stuff. Maureen is more like the overalls and like general demeanor. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go blow my nose in a minute before I like sneeze everywhere. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Just to reiterate, I do have anonymous follows, so if you want to lurk away, feel free to do that. If you want to jump in and join the chat, you can do that too. Okay. I'm gonna take a break shortly for getting some food into my face. But yeah, I think I'll leave the stream running. I'll just maybe go like heat up some soup or something, I think. Nice. I like them. Some very definitive character in their designs. Thank you. Yeah, I found that very difficult. This is like, I don't normally work in this art style at all. So like all of the work that I'm doing for this and for the rooms and stuff like that. This is all like kind of a learning experience for me. This is the second game that I've made in this style. The first one I rushed. But yeah, you can see, I think the inspiration that I've gone with is obviously Day of the Tentacle is my inspiration here, but we've got a lot of stuff going on. Do I still even have like the old game assets in here? I don't think so. Maybe if I click open. Oh, that's the wrong one. Double M. I guess that's it. So you can see like everything's a little bit rougher and looser in the first version, the first game as well, actually. I had a lot more scenes as well in the first game. This game has a lot less scenes in it. Old Looney Tunes or whatever. Yeah, indeed. And that's like, I have referenced some old Looney Tunes stuff as like a way to help me visualize like what I wanted to do. I tried to make the chicken coop look like a chicken. I don't think anybody ever commented on that, and I'm like, I have to work harder next time. It's got a little beak and a crest and everything. Like, it looks kind of like a rooster, right? Parallax to the foreground elements, make it pan more as a camera. I would like to do that eventually, but I don't think for this game I'll bother. I think the third game I might work with parallax effects, because yeah. But will it chicken nugget? This won't chicken nugget, probably. It can be a pain, but back in my Adventure Game Studio days, I took a lot of inspiration from Day of the Tentacle. Often took advantage of exaggerated posture and body build. Yeah, I need to work on some more. I need to work on it some more, but my plan is to get the first 3 mini episodes done and out, and then work on like a bigger project where I think I may redo all the animations for the characters, but I'm introducing 3 characters for the bigger game, and then I'm going to go back and do more with it, like with those characters, bringing them to life in the world a bit more, and I don't know, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, this game only has 3 rooms. The first game had 5 rooms that I had to draw. And I did it in 2 weeks. So like all of the art was produced in 2 weeks. All the design, all of the implementation was done in 2 weeks. And this one is taking me a lot longer. In terms of days, like streams actually streamed, we're on day 18. I think the first game was 15 streams. So I'm taking more time to try and do a little bit better job each iteration of the game, so I can get to a point where I know what works for the style and stuff like that as well. I could keep opening these images for the previous game as well. Oh, the basement's a pretty good one too. I spent a bit more time in the basement just fiddling around and drawing stuff. Oh man. I am going to have to go blow my nose soon. But you can see how like rough a lot of the pixel art's like I mean, a lot of the original art like is super rough, and then I just like, when I processed it through to pixel art, it looked fine. I think if I just take a little bit more time to refine what I'm drawing, it'll just like improve the overall outcome. Like, there's still a similar level of roughness in a lot of this, but there's also a little bit more detail and care taken with some of the smaller details than I did in the first game. I guess because I just want it to look nice. GT and the sushi platters, that's right. You saw the reference in there. GT and the something. You can kind of see a little sushi roll there next to the green tentacle. But like, look at that. Like the star on the poster isn't. It just comes off of the thing. It doesn't matter. Like, and the text comes off the poster. It doesn't matter. I got this Save and Raid poster in the background there because I wanted to reference Save and Raid. I released this before Save and Raid event occurred, so I figured it'd be nice to have a little reference in there. It's because of the front of your... Wait, there's some tips from B Squad here. Hang on. Oh, Caligula, good to see you too. I don't know if I said hello. It's because your front face is more like 7/8 view, which is better than straight on. Yeah, I feel like it's better than straight on too. The first, like with Delphine, I was just like trying to draw straight on. And with her, I guess this works, but I think this is slightly better because it helps accentuate the nose without just having a weird circle in the middle of the face. Like this would look a little bit better if I could like somehow get away with that. Probably look a bit better. Yeah. Sorry if I missed some other chat. Hey, Lost Edge, good to see you. What's the story of the game in a nutshell? The nutshell is... let me think about this. Let me try and think about this properly. Try and summarize. It's really, really simple, first of all, so me trying to summarize it and think clearly about it is probably a good thing. Okay. There's a hamster, and the hamster gets frightened by a cat. It runs away. The cat jumps at it. The cat bumps into a bookshelf whilst Lucas has gone into the basement. Lucas has gone into the basement to get some stuff for his adventure. The cat doing that causes a Rube Goldbergian effect, which ends up with the hamster is trapped in a tube, and the player, Lucas, is trapped in the basement where that tube is, and the circuit breaker is tripped and they can't get out of the basement anymore. They're stuck, they're trapped, and they have to get out. So the story of the game is just trying to get out of the basement. Once you get out of the basement, that's it. It's probably going to be like a 10 to 30 minute game, I think. The last game was about 10 to 20 minutes for most people. Some people finish it a bit faster, some a bit slower, but 10 to 20 minutes for the last game. This one will be a bit longer, I think. Probably twice the length. So for somebody who played the last game in 5 minutes, it'll probably take them about 10 to 15 for this one, I hope. Even though it's got less rooms in it, it's got more puzzles and like more problems to solve. The puzzle dependency graph looks like this for this game. That's the puzzle dependency graph for this game. So you start trapped in the vault cutscene, and then you have to do all this stuff to eventually unlock the door by solving a logic puzzle, and then you can leave. And this is the first game, puzzle dependency graph. It's a lot more linear and straightforward and easy to solve. I wasn't focused on puzzles for the first game. I was more focused on the process of like working with AGS. I had to learn AGS. I never used AGS before I did the first game. I had to learn the art style. So there's just like a lot of work of me just like learning stuff. So I didn't have time to do like a really big complicated puzzle dependency graph. And in fact, this was the first puzzle dependency graph I'd put together as well. And during the course of those streams, I went and read the article, Puzzle Dependency Charts, on Grumpy Gamer, which is the man that created Monkey Island and Scum. Ron Gilbert, that's his name. Sorry, for some reason Ron Gilbert wasn't coming to mind. Yeah, Ron Gilbert wrote this really helpful article about puzzle dependency graphs or charts. And so we read through that, and then I started implementing it. Like, so I did a lot of learning, is what I'm saying, while I was creating the first game. So it's a lot smaller and simpler in terms of like what's in the game compared to this one. This one, my goal for like learning is more about like what's some stuff I don't like from games, and can I make them a little bit more fun in my game. So I'm taking ideas that I don't like so much and putting them into this one. It's not entirely that, but like I have taken I've cherry picked a few things that I think maybe they could be done a little bit better. Forgotten our patron saint Ron Gilbert used to fight like a dairy cow. How appropriate, you fight like a farmer. Oh wait, the other way around, right? Anyway. Edible cookie dough. What's wrong with that? Don't they have like ice cream with cookie dough in it? Never knew such thing exists. Gotta look into this. Yeah, I'll send you the link. I'll drop the link. Also, some of the links to the higher resolution images are broken in this, so I will paste those in the chat for reference as well if you would like. Have you forgotten? All right. My dad used to program Commodore 64, and he had reams and reams of graph paper with PDCs. I used to love reading them when I was a little kid. Oh, memories. That's pretty cool, Execation. That's pretty cool. What is currently taking most time? Artwork, programming, idea work, music, dialogue, etc. So I haven't done any music. I was planning on doing music for this game, but I think I've got to cut that and just get like royalty-free music probably. Hey Disron, welcome, good to see you. And sorry, let me reread the question. Time, artwork, programming. So programming's even though this is more complex, I've spent less time programming than art still. Art is huge, a huge amount of time investment to do the artwork. So yeah, definitely art is the biggest time sink. Design was like, I spent a lot more time doing design this time around than I did the last time around. But then like implementing it all it still didn't take that long. Like implementing like and programming, not that complicated. That being said, like I have a fairly significant amount of experience with programming. I've been programming since I was 10 years old, and I've been working, it's been like my primary career for like, I don't know, forever. Like basically, not forever, but practically forever. So like 20 years or so. Yeah. Can Ocelot do the voice acting? There's only really one character in this one. I'm gonna try and do the voice acting and see how it sounds. See if I can come up with a voice for this character that I'm happy with. If I can't, I probably won't do voice acting for this one. We'll just like let it go without voice acting again. But in the fourth game, I definitely want all the characters voiced, so we'll see. Maybe you can help me out there. We'll see. Huge investment. There's actually quite a lot of good music on the asset stores around. Yeah, I'm sure. A huge expensive investment too if you're paying artists to make your code come to life. Yeah. Yeah, art's expensive, and music's probably... I don't know what music costs. I haven't tried yet. Just take a mic and start booping and beeping into it to make the music. Anybody complains, just say they wouldn't understand, it's too indie for them. Yeah, I could do that too. Just like hiss at the microphone. Mike, did you check out how did your viewers, me and Proton, managed AN Revision 2024 compos? Yeah, fourth, right? You did fourth, Micron? do it in your American accent? I might have to. I might actually have to do the voice plus the American accent. Proton Amiga came fourth. We did something else. Oh, that's right. You did a newer one, right? You did a Windows or something one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on the channel, so you're welcome to lurk away if you would like to. We can join the chat too. This is probably a good time for me to go look at this because I'm going to stop and get some food in a second. It'll probably take me a little bit to get some food. Hey, thank you for the follow. The additional follow there. Holy crap, you got first place! Congratulations! First place, PC Demo Revision 2024. That's amazing. Well done, Micron. Well done. Let's see. Revision. First place. PC Demo 2024. Which one's yours? Top American voice acting. I mean, all in for that. I'll have to actually try and do like a less Southern American accent, which is probably going to be hard for me to do. It's called Rainmaker. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if there's a video here or not. Screenshot. Is that a video screenshot? Four minutes. What res is this in? Okay, 1080p. Doesn't look like. Oh, now it does. Well, that's badass. Hey there, 8-Bit Tomato. Good to see ya. Welcome. 5 minutes long, so I don't know if it's a good idea to watch entirely. Yeah, we can skip through a bit. Put 4K, it doesn't murder particles so much. I don't have a 4K screen, so it's... And we're going through a stream anyway. I don't know if there's much point. Oh. Dude. Everything looks so good. Wow. What's the file size of this demo? Man, everything looks so good. Hey, Coburn, good to see ya. 500 megs? Jeez. That's awesome. Are people still doing, like, the Faberge thing of, like, trying to, like, cram... Like, I know they were pretty well known for, like, the small, like, the, 64K demos and stuff. $3060 or something required? Yeah, I don't have anything like that. 4K and 8K textures and other assets, about 400 megabytes of engine overhead, plus music. Wowee. Wow. I like the colors. 64K demo is still a thing. I remember there being an FPS game in 64K. No, that was like the Krieg, I forget how to pronounce it, but Kriegster or something like that, I think it was called. It was 96 KB. Notch engine. And that's specifically for making demos, right? Smash / Fairlight coded engine editor. That's awesome. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. You guys have outdone yourselves, Micron. This looks so freaking sweet. Oh, man. How cool does this look? Badass. You guys outdid yourselves, for sure. Hey, thank you for another follow. I didn't even hear that one.
Oh boy!
Now we're having fun.
Now.
Yeah, now we're having fun. Thank you, Damn it, Veins. Yeah, modern demo scene, this stuff, this run, so cool, right? Yeah, you guys kick ass, obviously. Well done. Congrats on your first place. We have to get Proton to do that on the we have to get Proton to do that effect with the Taurus on the Amiga 1200. I bet he'll do it now that I've said it. He'll be like I'm gonna do that. And I wouldn't doubt him. He definitely would do it. Yeah, I can imagine an Amiga version. That you know how like everyone was doing like not everyone, but a lot of people, like there was like the Commodore 64 demake of Second Reality a few years ago. Oh, it's probably more than a few years ago now. And wasn't there? I think I remember seeing like modern like PC demo of like Second Reality style as well. Like there's been some references to it for sure. Anyway, that was freaking sweet, dude. Thanks, Micron, for sharing that. Congrats again on the first prize. First place prize. That's not my mouse cursor. This is a screenshot of a photograph. I just realized. Alright. I am going to take a short break, get some food into me. And we'll be back. I'll keep working on the pixel art for this character. We'll get the other, what, 3 rotations we need, and then maybe I'll bring him in. We won't have any animations, but we'll have at least the directions so we can like move the character around. Yeah, I'll take a short break now, and we'll come back and keep working on this. Oh, I'm tired. I just realized I'm tired. I mean, I did spend all day working, and then I jumped basically straight into this, so haven't really taken a break. So I'm gonna get some food. I won't be too long though, probably like 15-20 minutes, something like that. Purple Motion really created some bangers in the day. Still listen to his songs today. That's awesome. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I'll have a nice break. I'll leave it on the BRB screen. And I don't know, put on some other music. No, I'll just leave it on this music, actually. I'll just turn it up a bit. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate the support. All right, let's get back to it, I guess. Welcome back. Welcome back, me. Button, which button? This button. There we go. All right, back to it. Hello, it's me. Hi. Good to see you, Refraction. Everybody else, thanks for your patience. Thanks for waiting for me. Sorry it took me a little while, but you know, I had to eat. It's important to eat. I'm gonna drink some water. Yeah, I had some soup. There's still bones in my beard. Soup bones. What flavor soup did you have? Did you have bread with it? I did have bread, yes. Just like a regular slice of sandwich bread. And it was like a beef potato soup thing. Beef and veggie, I guess. It was just from a can. The kids had leftovers from yesterday, but I had soup. They were already finished practically by the time I got out there anyway, so... Alright, I remembered I didn't really do this pose any justice, so let's go ahead and do that. I actually kind of want to see... You know what, I don't care, I'm just going to draw it. I'm just going to draw what I see, you know? We'll see how it turns out. This is just this guy's head as well, right? We need to, clean up this. Let's just delete this for now. Ice cream was good. That's excellent. You also had some soup, kale, carrot, tofu, lentil soup. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice, Tony. Promotional items to SpongeBob SquarePants 25th anniversary. Wow. Got a programmer pump for you. Question. What do you call a freshly acquired intern who comes in and breaks all the carefully written code you took a long time to create? A decoder? Oh my god. That's so bad, it's good. Thanks, Tony. Thank you. Classic. Instant classic, Tony. Instant classic. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, I don't know, try and figure out a way to... not have to redraw everything. So I'm just gonna, like, move some stuff around a little bit here. See if I can come up with, like, a view that works. I'll probably still end up redrawing everything anyway, but, you know, worth a shot. By the fourth time the game comes around, the one you really want to have voiceover, are you going to have most of your character graphics done? Yes. Yeah, the first 3 games will be pretty much establish most of the characters, like the main characters at least. The 4th game will probably have other characters to interact with, so there'll obviously be a bunch of art to do for that. But yeah, I aim to have most of the art done by that time. A guy in my community just got Doom running on his PS2 for lols. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Refraction. Wait, was there not already a Doom port for PS2? Or is this like just a specifically like a DOS version of Doom or something? He's doing it for fun. That's awesome as. The best way to do stuff, I think. Man, that pose looks really bad right now. Keep working on it. If I just keep messing with the pixels, it'll eventually get correct, right? Feels way too much like he's crouched. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I need to bend that the body forward more. I can see what's wrong here. Vomit emergency? That's no good. Oh, you sent me a Discord link to a image download? I mean a video download? You used to it? Gross. So this is running on a PS4, huh? That's pretty sweet. I mean a PS2. I don't know why I said PS4. Yeah. Sweet. Maybe we're getting there now. That looks a bit like a rotation. Like it's not perfect, but like I think that's a good starting point. That definitely is like that's definitely a good point there. We're in it. We're in the right spot now. For sure. Like, putting the right pixels in the right place now is like the main problem. I think the form is kind of close enough. What? Hey, Pan Spitting Kids, good to see you. Is that Bernard Bernoulli spotted above? Yes, it is. This character is sort of like influenced by Bernard's posture. So I wanted them to have a similar like stance and walking style. So I just got Bernard there as reference. Good eye, nicely spotted, and welcome. I think that's not too bad. Let me see if I can look at a Bernard sprite. Let's see. It's kind of like this pose, I guess, is the one that I'm looking at mostly. One thing I'll immediately notice is that like he's probably more rotated to the, like he's more rotated closer to facing right here than what I've done. Oops. How many pixels are we talking per pixel here? Looks like 4, no, 3? Hang on a second, this is... Yeah, 3, okay. Let's see, how many pixels are we talking? Okay, yeah. I see what I could be doing here. All right, good. That was worthwhile. I'd say the posture on your characters there, it's really close. Yeah, I just need to get the pixels tidied up now. Welcome in, though. Thank you for being here. Hang on, what am I doing? Gotta... Which one are you? That layer. Just roughing this in a bit. Oops. That's a bit more like it. There we go. Hey Coburn, you know when you were playing Zack McCracken, was there any death animations for the characters, or did ScumVM just delete them? Because I think Zack could die from suffocation, and he just got yeeted when he actually died with fishbowl on his head. I don't remember. Sorry. I don't remember. I was playing it in ScumVM. That was the FM Towns version though, as well. So I think the only way to play it on PC is ScumVM. Unless I guess you get an FM Towns emulator, and yeah, maybe you could do it on the FM Towns emulator. I don't know. No, no, no. We'll leave that there for now. I think that's okay. We got to work from there. All right. That's good enough for now, is what I'm trying to say. Whoops, wrong button. All right. Yeah, I'm happy with that for now. That's good. Good start. Hey, Atreides, good to see you. The code is strong with this one. Can be. Eldritch is here. Hello, Eldritch. I think you can just drop the data files on disk and run FM Town's computer of your choice as well. Right. If you have one. There is animation where a character sort of collapses to the floor. You can only see the bottom of their feet. I think they use that animation for Death 2, but don't quote me on that. Right, yeah, that animation I remember seeing. That's like when you get dizzy from using the control animals spell thing. Not spell, you know what I mean though. The animal control, mind control thing. You can use that and then use like spin around and fall flat on your feet. I know the one you're talking about, yeah. How's it going today, Atreides? Oh, I did use Scum VM, but it was FM Town's Scum VM. Sorry, Coburn. I didn't mean to confuse you there. Busy week coming? Ooh, okay. Hopefully your busy week is a good thing. Easily managed. I'm tempted to flip the smile so that it's on the other side there, but I won't. I think it's going to be harder to make it look great that way, so. Yeah, this is working for me. I'm not hating it. I'm not hating this. This is kind of working for me. Let's keep going then. You know what I just realized is this pose here and this pose here. I probably was looking at this when I drew this originally. I just forgot that I did that, but yeah, I must have been looking at this because he's sort of like a little bit of an angle too. At least his body is. I think his head is as well. Yeah, all right, good. Happiness today. Happiness. I'm just thinking. Let's see which I'm wondering if I should be doing something like that. Yeah, I think I should. Also, we've got to work on the hair some more for all sides, but we'll deal with the hair later. All right, so now I guess we just have to do the facing backwards one, which probably can just flip this and then do a little bit of tweaking and should be okay. All Gucci. All right. Let's see if this works. The backwards facing one. We just bring the guides back for a second. I'm on brush mode, color picker mode. I was like, what's going on? Give him a nice beard. At least I don't have to draw a face. I just have to figure out how to make the hair not look silly. Oops. Oops. I'll just keep on working on these, like, very slowly. Just incremental changes. Is there much of a retro gaming scene on TikTok? Someone advised that I post stuff about a game I'm working on there. I don't know. I tried TikTok, like posting videos to TikTok like once and then never again. I didn't get into it. Maybe I should have. I don't know, man. Good luck. Let me know how you go with it, because I don't know, maybe I'll try again if there's more of a positive reception. TikTok's rigged. It'll blow up the first few posts, then drops off unless you post very regularly. It's more a influencer-like thing, in my opinion. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have the patience for TikTok. It's too much going on. I was wondering why I was having trouble before. That makes way more sense. Getting there. It's getting there. All right. Do we do the side view? Maybe we need to do the side view next. When did I accidentally draw this line? Or did I not do that line? Where did that line come from? You know, I guess I accidentally drew it. I didn't even notice until just now. And an unfortunately placed accidental line. Good question, Refraction. Good question. All right, so for this one, we actually wanted to take... for Lucas, I do want to replicate Bernard's strut somewhat, so I think looking at this frame here as the facing right and facing left reference is probably the best thing to do in that case. So I kind of want to like basically use that as a guide to just draw Lucas's position for the facing that direction pose. Which this facing that direction pose is also a part of a walk cycle. It's like the first step of the walk cycle for Delphine. And likewise with this one. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's what I'm going to do. It'll help establish a little bit, I think. You know what I just realized? He seems to crouch a little bit as he rotates, and I had that problem with Delphine as well. When I rotated Delphine, I had the same issue. So I might need to just look at the height of the torso here as it rotated. We lost a lot of height. So we're going to stretch his torso out for those ones. The knees seem to be about right. The crotch seems to be a little low, so we're going to bring the crotch up. We'll bring everything up from there and then see what's wrong. I'll do that later on. Oh, you know what I've done? I think what I did is I actually lowered him so that his foot was on the line. So before I adjust it, let me just find the right layer to mess with. Let me just try this first. If I bring it up so his head is on the line, does that fix the problem? It appears to sort of fix the problem. I think we could stand to have this shoulder up, his left shoulder up a little bit. But that's just pixel work, I think. And it's kind of forgivable as well, so maybe we just leave it. Hand position seems about right. Pelvis seems about right position. Everything seems about right. Yeah, I think it's just positional issue. Positional issue. So we kind of want there. Yeah, that's fine. Crisis averted. This one, however, I think has lost some height, so I think we might want to stretch him up a little bit. He's kind of stepping close to the viewer with us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks, Jiggy. Yeah, you're right. You got it. He probably saw it before I did. I think I did have the same. I did have an issue with Delphine where I did squash her a bit, but even her feet seem to be aligned more with the back foot as well, which is maybe that's part of why I had a little bit of a rotate. Actually, yeah. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's not dwell on that. Yeah, so I got to think of what the profile view of our guy will look like. Let's get rid of the guides again. Let's chuck a layer in over top. And I'll just do that maybe. Yeah, so our position is not quite as like exaggerated as this guy either. And body is not quite as far pelvis forward, but I do want to try and replicate that strut a bit, so maybe I shouldn't have made him so translucent. Kind of want to make sure I'm, yeah, getting the right leg and stuff. His feet aren't as big as this, so we're gonna have to like change this a fair bit, or refine it a lot from here. Wait, what? Oh, I'm not in. Might just put in a line where we expect the feet to be. Not sure where we expect the feet to be. Maybe we'll put it here. Hey Ken, good to see you, Kinikos. Got Nuke YKT's SC55 Mark II emulator running on my PC. Next time I go live with DOS game, I'll be using that for music. Awesome! Assuming the game obviously supports the sound canvas. That's great. Fantastic. Okay. Where were we? I think... that's probably okay. Bring the guides back for a little while. Get all these pixels about the right spot. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's turn that off for a minute. Such a weird frame with that the knee up like that. It's like not up as much on this I don't think, but I'll just keep working on it, I guess, till I get somewhere I feel like it's getting there, and then we'll take it from there. Maybe it's close, I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I needed. I don't know. Feels like the knee's a little high. Like... I feel like the shoe got a bit small too. We'll see. gonna go with that for now. Simply because I kind of want to just not do this for a little while now. Your gherkins have changed. Your pickles? Nice. Your pickling project's working out good. Castle check, that's good. Alright, I'm really not happy with the shape of the face. It's close, but not quite there. I think the forehead's too far back, but... or the jaw's too far forward. One of those two things. Let me just try this. That's better. Balls have dried shiitake mushrooms, 175 per kilo. Is that good? I don't know. I think it looks okay, but I'm not sure if I'm the best judge. Hey, thank you. No, it's all right. I'm not calling this done. I'm just saying, like, hey, it's done for now. It's all gonna take a little bit of time, you know. These things all will take time. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with most of it. It's like mostly okay. There's some issues, but it's mostly okay. Still feels like he's leaning backward a little too much, although I gotta remember that is the style. He's probably not so exaggerated, but I think that's about right. Yes. Yes, Distron. Pelvis forward. I think that's like a fairly okay replication of that. The foot's obviously too small. The leg's not in the right position. But this is like starting to come in line. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, new follower. I have anonymous follows set up, so you can always just chill and lurk if you want to. Hey, Sunny Boy, good to see you. Watching you makes me want to try some pixel art. Oh, nice. Yeah, do some pixel art. It's fun. It's a good meditative activity. Yeah, this one looks way better than this one now. I think that was what I needed. The face really needs some work. I think the face needs some work on like this as well. I think the forward-facing face, the side-facing face, both need some work. But it's starting to get there now. It is starting to get there. Good. One thing I remember about this walk cycle is that you can sort of like, there's a little bit of a roll to Bernard's like body position. Like you can see like his bow tie, for example. If you watch the bow tie, it sort of rotates toward the camera as this leg struts forward and this arm goes back. And then back again, and even faces sort of away on this part. So something like, if I think about it that way, I probably want to remember that for this. In this case, it does seem to be like, this is the pose where it's facing straight forward, so I've got that about right. But the next frame, as I do animate this, I got to keep this in mind, that the chest will rotate forward, so you'll actually see the yellow shirt underneath pop in for what's that, like 2 frames, 3 frames maybe, before it straightens up again. Something I have to think about when I'm animating. I'm not going to animate right now. I still think the legs are not quite right. I think what's happened is the hips have come down too far. But that might be okay, because at this part of the walk cycle, he's just below, well, he's probably around about his highest point. So maybe they do need to come up. Maybe I do need to bring the hips up a little bit. Make that foot a little larger. I think the back foot's like a little small. The front foot's maybe actually about the right size. Okay. Somewhere about there. The front foot's probably about the right size though. All right. I'm gonna call it there though on that one. Just copy that and do another flip again. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. This is great. Let's do a little turnaround as a GIF. And that'll help like see if like things are jiggling too much as he rotates. Obviously these frames are going to be a bit wonky because it's a part of a walk cycle and not a static pose. Mike, please remember to put some sausages in the game. I will try and remember to put sausages in the game, yeah. Well, I'll try. His face is a little jiggly. And obviously the arm positioning changing like that is a bit distracting. But if you just focus on the head and the legs a little bit, they jump around. But like, no, I think that's actually not too bad. It's actually not too bad. Whoops. Hey, BNU. Nice. You got a lunch break over. Okay. Hope you had a good lunch. Blue X, good to see you. What was I going to think? What was I thinking about? Let's do image, scale image, no interpolation. Let's do 270. Will be 3x, right? It's too late for me to do math. I think that's right. Let's try exporting it as a GIF again. Let's make the delay like 200. We'll do 4 frames per second at 250. Let's see. I think that's fairly believable. Like, the rotation's not too bad. His nose seems to grow in profile. And when facing forward. So I think I need to reduce the size of his nose in those frames. The hair shape obviously needs to change a little bit in each of those frames too. The profile on his hair shape's like really weird. Torso does seem to be rotating nicely though. Torso actually is pretty spot on. I could make a couple of smaller changes there. And yeah, like I said, his torso's too short in those profile side views. But other than that, it's pretty decent. Yeah. Yeah, this has worked pretty good. Just double check and make sure I've definitely saved this before I Where'd the layer with the line go? Oh, that's it there, isn't it? Close all these things I don't need. Cool. Let's go check some boxes off. We haven't done walk cycles, but we did facing directions. Let's just change this up. Let's say pixel animations. And then left. We did all these. We haven't done any of the animations yet. We got to do the metal detector mode as well. Yeah, lots of character animation stuff to do. We'll take care of this. We'll take care of all these animations over the next few streams, I think. Over the next few streams, we'll take care of them. That'll help a lot with confidence of getting the game done in time. The character animations for the last game were like one of the big things on my mind of like, if we don't get this done, we can't release the game, so I have to get it done. It's like one of those cycles of like just continually focusing on trying to make sure that I'm getting it done. So this time I'm going to try and focus on just getting it done. We can always do some cleanup on the animations as well, but already looking at it, like most of those, except for the face left and face right, like walking frame one, they're all really actually not bad at all. Those two, the facing left and right, I can just flip them, so I'm not too concerned. I just need to get one of them right and then flip it. But yeah, I want to get that perfect before I bother trying to animate them, because that's going to be like the like that's going to set the tone for the rest of the walk cycle. So I need to get that right. So I want to spend a bit more time on that before I do the rest of the walk cycle. But I'll do left and right walk cycle first, since we have a pretty solid reference there for it. And then we can base the up and walk down one. Maybe I'll just load up Day of the Tentacle and just watch the walk cycle a couple of times and try and just render in a rough of those frames and then just take it from there. But I want this character to feel a bit like the way Bernard moves around, and I want him to feel like he could be like, you know, Bernard's nephew or son or something like that. And I can't do that without without looking at the reference, of course. But yeah, he's definitely going to stand on his own as a character. He's already, like, I'm already not exaggerating the pose as much as Bernard's exaggerated, but that's going to take time to get right. Right, find the right balance and all that. Like, I don't want it to be just a carbon copy. The same way as I didn't want Delphine to be a carbon copy of Hoagie's walk cycle, but I wanted it to like really fit that style. And I think I really nailed it. I think she looks great as she walks around. Probably offline I'll do a little bit more work on the backgrounds just to like bring in like the objects appearing and disappearing. Like this cookie jar needs to have some updates done to it as it goes through it. So I think it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got 4 different phases the jar has to go through, so I'll get those done. Yeah, like the microwave has only 2 phases and I already implemented that, so basically just a fade to black. I just have to have the character walk over there and use it. But yeah, Delphine looks great as she walks around, I think. She does a good job moving around. I could definitely clean up that walk cycle a bit more. Absolutely. But it's not bad. The biggest gripe I have with Delphine's animations at the moment still is when you grab something, like when she grabs, there's like she shifts by like a pixel at the end of the grab cycle sometimes. And I'm not sure why. Yeah, It's like 1 pixel, she sort of slid that way. Not sure why that is. Delphine R34 win. I don't... Oh, I do know what you mean. No, never. Never. I do invite fan art, though. If people want to do fan art of the characters or the situations, I'd love to see it. But not that kind of fan art. Animating characters must be so much work. It's not too bad. Like, once you've got the cycle roughly in, like, it's not too bad. Because then it's just a matter of refinement. Yeah. Delphine's got a good walk cycle. It's based on Hoagie's, obviously, like hands in pocket and like a bit of a, like a... I don't know what to call it, like a bit of a bop in her step, you know, a bit of a bounce in her step. It's good. I like that. I think Bernard's also got a bit of a bounce in his strut. His strut's a bit more like, you know, he's swinging his arms around a lot more, which I think that'll like lend a lot of character to Lucas as well. Yeah, exactly, Killick, exactly. And I think that's like that's her thing, right? Like that's what she's all about. Yeah, all right. I won't mess around too much more. This is looking pretty good too. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I'll keep working on this, obviously. The plants look like really nice. I like the purple. I like this one. And even this one doesn't look too bad in, you know, with the context of all the others there. This kind of looks like a weird, like, bulbous cactus or something. I might go back and redraw these ones to look a bit more like alien eggs. Eggs from aliens. I think that would be funnier. I think this one could use a little bit more variation, or maybe some, like, flowers or something on it. Fallen bookshelf, yeah, that's right. There's been a calamity. That's why the bookshelf fell down. And that's also why you're stuck in here. Are the lights hanging oddly low? No. They're hanging over the crop here. I haven't drawn any. I might draw a few little sprouts in here, but the lights hang low for a very good reason, which I won't explain right now. Mike can't bring himself to do a fallen big box shelf. No, that's right. No big box shelves that will be harmed in the making of this game. Yeah, that's a patch of dirt. Yeah. I think I'll do a few sprouts coming out of this, but yeah, this is supposed to be like the part of the bio lab as well. Growing, I don't know, potatoes or something in the dirt there. Bioengineered potatoes. It's an underground greenhouse. I got a lot of work to do still. But I'm pretty happy with how everything's looking so far. Potatoes, yeah. Alright. I can close these older images too. Yeah, once I finish this room, it's gonna be sweet. I hope there's a cat in this game.
It would be pretty cool to drug the cat.
It would be pretty cool to drug the cat. There will be a cat in the intro of this game, the animated intro for the game. I'm going to try using. I may have closed this window that I had open. I must have closed it. I had there's a tool that I saw that I thought, look, I'll try it out. It's a vector animation program. So I'm going to create vector art of each of the characters and animate them that I need in the cutscene. So it's basically a hamster, Lucas, and a cat. And I will have them, you know, do their thing. The slapstick comedy will ensue. And that's why they get locked in the basement, because the cat and the hamster have there's a bit of a chain reaction effect caused by them, and Lucas ends up locked in the basement and needs to figure out a way out. Hey Anna, good to see you. Welcome. Welcome. I think I can close all these. Make sure I'm triple E saved. There must be an X-Wing in the game. Why must there be an X-Wing? Explain the X-Wing to me. Oh, maybe because of his name, Lucas? I could put an X-Wing reference in there somewhere, maybe. And if you inspect it, oh, Weird Ed had one, right? When you inspect the X-Wing, it'll say a nondescript, non-copyright infringing spaceship. Does Lucas make arts? Yeah, that is the reference, Eleanor Ray. There's Delphine from the first game is a reference to Delphine Software, and Lucas in this game is a reference to LucasArts. There will be a third character. A wing with an X symbol on it. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Egg's wing. Painting of egg with wings on wall. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. A little bit of Egg's wing graffiti somewhere. Third character we named Romero is Sierra the third. At the moment, yes, Sierra is the third character that I'm planning. We'll see how that turns out, though. Looking forward to seeing John Icon. Oh, John Icom. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't think about that. Yeah, okay. No, I'm thinking it's going to be Sierra for the next one, but we'll see. I may change my mind before we get there. Yeah, and all these chapters will, all these mini chapters will sort of just introduce the character, so they don't have to be that in-depth as far as story or exposition goes or anything like that. I just want the characters to exist and have their own little world to explore before I try and bring them all together into one game. I definitely need to work on the lighting map for this room. It's not quite right. It's not good enough. I've been trying to convince myself that it's just moody lighting, but no, it's not good enough. I need to go back to basics on this lighting effect everywhere. Will Sierra die? No, but that's a good idea. I like it. I don't plan on any deaths. Sierra keeps falling over and over for no reason and dying for no reason. Yeah, just every 3 screens, you just randomly, every time you transition screens, every third time you transition screens, you die. Gosh, that took a lot to get out. Sierra has real trouble with stairs. That's a good one. That's a good one. Grandpa Grames as a side character. Yeah, Infogrames. Love this screen. Thank you. I like it too. I just need to do some work on that lighting. It's come a long way though. I think this is looking like a lot better than I was worried about doing this room, but no, it's come together quite good. It's come together quite nicely. It's good to see Lucas have a little bit of dimensionality to him now too, with the rotations and such. Man, there's still so much work to do. What am I doing? Okay, there it is. I'm actually just gonna put this checklist in. So Pixel, Lucas, clean up, clean left / right, walk, first frame. Then I want to do walk left, cycle. I'll do / right because like it's just a flip. So walk left, right, cycle. Let's might as well do walk down and up as well. Once we've done those, once we've done the left, right cycle, walk up, down shouldn't be too stressful. That's all I really care about. I'll do grab as well if I mean. Yeah. Yeah, there's still a fair bit to do, but I think this is totally achievable to knock out in the rest of this month. As long as I don't miss too many days of dev streaming, we should be able to knock this out over the next, yeah, over the next couple of weeks maybe. Malcolm Appleby? Oof, I don't know. King Infograms. Yeah, all right. I'm just happy that we got what we got done today, honestly. I don't want to overburden my poor little mind. Thank you for the follow. Biggs and Wedge. Wait, who's Biggs and Wedge? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is great. We got the character rotating. He's not quite right. Like, his head needs a little bit of work on. Like I said, there's a couple of frames he needs a little work on. But we can clean those up when we do the first frame of the walk cycle as well. I think the main thing with that is just like raising his torso up and like, you know, messing with the legs a tiny little bit there. It's only like a pixel or two out as well. It's not that far off, so it's already really close. Torso rotation though looks fine. Like for the most part, it's just like a couple of pixels here or there. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. Quite happy with it. Oh, it's a Star Wars reference. Thank you. All right. Maybe one day I'll use Aseprite, but not today. I was just seeing if there's anybody else that I know doing game dev right now, and there's not. Come along nicely. Thank you, Integer. Thank you. And also, they probably won't be spinning around on the spot too often. No, they won't. But you need to get, like, I do want it to look good enough as it rotates. I want, like, the character to, like, look consistent as much as I can with the pixels that I have to work with. So, but we're close. We're close. I have to go. No worries. I have to go too, Killick. I'm going to take care. I'm going to take care. You take care. I'm going to go as well. There you go. Again, if you want to support the work that I'm doing, probably the most important thing to do if you want to support what I'm doing is let people know about the game when it comes out. And even as it's, you know, getting closer to the release, those are probably the two biggest things you could do to help support. Is just talk about the game and then talk about this channel. Or talk about my other channel, which I can direct people here then as well. If you want to financially support, then you can. There's Coffee. You can support using Coffee if you would like to. ko-fi.com/fractalmindmike. If you want to support me there, I'd really appreciate that. I'm trying to get on top of communications over there. I haven't been very good with that this year. And later half of last year for various reasons. I've just gotten out of the habit of it, so I need to get back into the habit of more communications over there. But if you want to support, that's financially, that's a great way to do it. If you want to support on Twitch, you can subscribe to my other channel. If you want to throw additional support, you can use multiple. There are multiple tiers. There's tier 2 and 3 subscriptions as well. The reason I have not monetized this channel is because I don't want to. I don't want to. I already have a channel that I've monetized. So and frankly, if you would throw a subscription at this channel, throwing a subscription at the other channel actually helps me more because it brings me closer to getting the 40-60 split instead of the 30-70 split that I'm currently on. So if you want to help out that way, then that's probably, if you want to help out on the Twitch platform. You also get all the emotes and stuff that I have over there, including a Delphine one, which is cool. So Michael also says Tim Tams. Yeah, I'll accept Tim Tams as well. That's basically it. Also, I guess you could like talk about Day of the Sandwich. You could share Day of the Sandwich with people as well. That would also help, which is like the first game that I worked on. This one, obviously, I'm putting a lot more work into. I'm hoping that's going to be more of a puzzly adventure game that people will be able to spend a little bit more time playing and solving. It's still not long. It's still not a long game, but it's like got a little bit more to it. So hopefully that'll be interesting for people to try out once it's ready. Yeah. Also the funny Crimson Diamond emote. Yeah, there's the Crimson Diamond emote. Crimson Diamond. Julia has a good Crimson Diamond emote. That's true. You have a good one too, Kinnikos. Anyway, I don't know. I don't normally talk about that sort of thing, but I guess we started the stream talking about stuff, so I'll end the stream talking about stuff that I don't normally talk about too. I will not be on my main channel until Wednesday. I should be on GOG tomorrow, continuing to play through Outlaws, which has been fun. I don't know if there's anything else I need to talk about. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else to talk about. I don't think there is. Thank you very much, Tony. Thanks for being here. It was great to have you. Yeah, more work to go. More work to go. I will be working on this offline to just try and like finish up a few of the little things, like getting all the objects that are rendered into the game engine with all the various states that they need, and I might do some work on the character animations between now and next time we do dev stream, which should be. I'll try and do a little bit of dev stream late Thursday night after the kids go to bed, because we have Thursday night family movie. So maybe after that, I'll try and jump on and do some dev streaming. If not, it'll definitely be Saturday will be the next dev stream. However, if you are supporting me on the other channel as a subscriber, or if you're supporting me on Coffee, next Saturday is the second Saturday of the month. Therefore, we will be doing a meetup on the Discord. We have Discord meetup for subscribers and supporters. So I don't have a time locked in, but I'm probably going to aim for around about 10 o'clock my local time. I'll add a event to the Discord, so if anybody wants to join me there, they can. It's usually a good time, hang out and chat. I will probably limit that one to about 2 hours so I can jump on and do dev streaming from about midday after I eat some lunch. Thank you, Anna, for being here. It's great to see you again. Thank you, Refraction. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Integer, Distron, Kinikos, Tony, Surprise Bees, Slayer King, Killick. Literally everybody. Yeah, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. All right, I'll see you next time, everyone. Bye-bye. Hopefully that wasn't too much information. Let me know what you thought of that. Atreides, thank you, mate. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. Cheers, everyone. Hey, thank you, Gary, and thanks again, Atreides and Slayer King, everybody. You're all awesome. Anna, Refraction, thanks again. And a big shout out to Pylawzan, by the way, who's been helping with archiving the videos so I don't lose them. I constantly forget to do the backups, so I've lost several episodes at this point. So a huge shout out to Pylawzan for the help. All right, I'll see you next time, everyone.